meeting to order. If everybody can be seated. This is the special meeting of the San Marino City Council. The location has changed here. Welcome, everyone. And if you'd rise and please join me in the flag salute first. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The agenda is posted 72 hours prior to each meeting at the following locations: City Hall, Kroll Public Library, and the Recreation Department, to ensure everyone, as well as it's on, the city website. To ensure that everybody, including those joining us remotely, are able to hear all speakers clearly, please speak directly into the microphone, and public comments will be accepted via email due to the COVID-19 advisory for social distancing, as well as remotely through the various other methods, which is by phone and by video streaming via the Zoom. If you would like to email a public comment for any agenda item to be read into the record, you can do so by emailing cityclerk@cityofsanmarino.org. We also will accept those comments from those joining us on Zoom. We have staff here facilitating us through the meeting for the internet users and callers, and to ensure everyone can hear and participate. Please note that all comments are limited to 3 minutes, and they'll be timed by city staff. And we thank you, everybody here, as well as online and listening, for your patience as we navigate through these different processes. I would like to now ask our acting city clerk, Merlo, to explain how the public comment works for each agenda item and for the rest of our course of our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. For each item on the agenda, there will be time for public comment. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes and will be timed by staff. We will accept comments in 3 ways. First, we'll take in-person comments for each item. If you'd like to do that, please fill out a speaker card and turn it into me, and they're located in the lobby here. We'll also accept comments via email sent to cityclerk@cityofsanmarino.org, and this email address is also found on the agenda. These comments will then be read into the record, and we must receive these emails before the public comment period for the particular item ends, and these comments may be summarized if necessary to limit it to under 3 minutes. We'll then ask for comments from our Zoom participants. When we ask for public comments via Zoom, there are 2 ways you can let us know you'd like to speak. First, you can use the raise hand feature, which is a button that's found by clicking on participants and then clicking on raise hand on the bottom right side of the screen. And this will let us know that you'd like to speak. We just ask that you do not use this feature until we've asked for public comments so that we know which item you are asking to speak on. As a second option, you can send a typed message via the chat box saying you would like to speak on a particular agenda item. And again, comments will only be accepted until the end of the public comment period for that item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we welcome public input, as everybody here knows, and I'm happy to see that we have several members of the public who are going to address City Council. You may do so by completing a public comment card and walking it over to our city clerk. And so at this time, pursuant to state law, the City Council may not discuss or take action on issues not on the meeting agenda. But we reserve the right to place limits on the duration of comments, and staff may be asked to follow up on items. Sorry, we have a little. So does anybody wish to make a public comment at this time, either here, this is not on an agenda item that's been noticed, this is a or online? I see that we have an audience member that does. Oh, I'm sorry, roll call. Wait, hold on for just a second.
I was going to catch you up with that later. Happy to do that now.
I think we're all here, but make it
Councilmember Wong.
Here.
Councilmember Jacobowski. Here. And Councilmember Tulloch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Eady.
Here.
And Mayor Shepherd-Brown.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the first section of public comment, these are things that are not on the agenda. So if you have a comment related to anything going on in the city not related to an agendized item, now would be the appropriate time to speak. And I see we have somebody here who does.
My name is Dennis Neer, and have a public comment. Possibly I should be talking about item number 15, which talks about whether this facility is going to be remodeled one way or the other. And I don't want to talk about a remodel, so that's why I'm up here during, I guess technically not talking about something that's on the agenda. I believe that this facility should not be remodeled, and we should build a new facility. I have sent a letter to the city with a copy to all the city council, the city managers, city clerks, etc., outlining why I think it is not a good idea to remodel this, but it's much better idea to build a new facility. And I outlined in my letter a way to finance that. And so that's what I really have to say is, I wish you would consider my letter, consider not doing the remodel, consider rebuilding this. And I have copies of the letter if anybody on the council or the city manager or anybody else wants to see what I had to say about that. So that's really my comment. I think you're going, and item number 15, excuse me, in the wrong direction. I think there's a better way to take care of the needs, the long-term needs of the city of San Marino, and it would be much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, if you want to give those to City Clerk Merlot, she can distribute them again to council members and the city manager in case people want to refer to that. Thank you. Do we have any other public comment here in the room for a non-agendized item?
To that, I found the plans that the city had done for rebuilding a facility here and gave them to wherever Otto is over here. I don't know if he has distributed those at all to you so you can see what prior city councils were thinking about. And so I think that something like that is the way to go, and to disregard what other councils have done in the past is not the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments submitted by email or via Zoom? And would somebody like to speak?
We do have one comment submitted by email that was also distributed to you earlier up there with you, and it was an email from Stephanie Moreno asking to share this information about an online webinar from the San Gabriel Basin Water Quality Authority.
Thank you. And then check Zoom or the other platform? Okay, we have a raised hand, so we'll wait for a second till we...
Hold on. We've asked to unmute. There we go.
Okay. Ms. Peck, did you have a comment on a non-agenda item?
No, I thought you were on the agenda already.
Oh,
No,
okay. We'll return to that item.
thank you.
Let me do one last check here.
Of course.
And I think... I do not see any further comments online.
Thank you. All right, so we will move to the city manager's report at this time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to briefly explain a few things on the agenda because we have what looks like a full agenda, but there's a little bit of movement on it, so I want to make sure that the public is aware. First, just for the public's information, there are 4 somewhat significant cost items in the consent calendar. We would normally have those on regular business, but those were items that you all discussed during the budget process. It was just a couple of months ago. Since we were so close, we thought we would put them on consent for you since you just had those discussions. Obviously, if there's a desire to discuss them further or again, you are welcome to pull them and have additional discussion, but that's why they appeared on consent right now for this meeting. Item 16 is going to be pulled this evening, which is the recommendation on a community services director appointment. We just sadly are not quite ready We thought that we were going to be ready tonight, but the holiday set us back a little bit. So we'll have that recommendation for you at the September 25th meeting. Staff is also recommending continuing item number 17. As the eagle-eyed of you would have noticed, we had some publishing challenges with this agenda, and some of the attachments did not get included with the staff report for item number 17. As a result, you don't really have all of the information that you would likely need to make a good decision this evening. So as you'll hear from Director Cervantes when he gives the staff report, we're recommending that you open the public hearing and then continue the item to a later meeting. And then finally, item number 20, the recommendation on that is also to continue. We started to get a little nervous that this might be a relatively long agenda this evening, and we were going to try to continue this item, but we had already published it in the paper, so it had to appear on tonight's agenda, but we are looking to move it to the September 25th meeting. So that'll again be opening the public hearing and then asking you for a recommendation to continue. So just wanted the public to know how the agenda has shifted around a little bit tonight, and in the interest of your still lengthy agenda, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you. One question about item number 17, the appeal from the design review case. Have you contacted the appellant and the other parties involved?
Yes.
And are they aware?
Yes, I was trying hard not to step on Director Cervantes' toes because I probably said half of what he was going to say in the staff report. But yes, he did reach out to both the applicant and the
And do
appellant.
we have a date that we're continuing, a date certain that we're continuing it to? Is that the October 14th? I'm not looking at the calendar.
Well, the motion is going to request the council to decide on which date, whether September 25th or October 14th. When I get the staff report, I'll provide the options.
Thank you. All right, so next we have our consent items. Do we have any council members who wish to pull any items from the consent? Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes, if I may. I know we have still a full agenda this evening. I would like to pull item 13 for a brief report. Thank you.
Councilmember Tall?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question, and a confirmation that I want on item number 10.
All right, Councilmember Wong? Vice Mayor Duty, excuse me. All right, so we will pull items 10 and 13. Can I have a motion regarding the remainder of the agenda, consent agenda?
I move that we adopt or the items number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 14.
I second.
All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Absolutely. Councilmember Wong?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Tall?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moody?
Yes.
And Mayor Shepherd-Donnelly.
Yes. Thank you, motion passes. Now we'll begin with agenda item 10. Councilmember Tall?
Yes, I just have one question for staff. I would like confirmation that indeed there will be no costs, additional costs, either directly or indirectly, including PERS or any other retirement obligation, if we adopt item 10.
I see HR Manager Pilch is shaking his head no, but he has no microphone, so I will state the no for the record.
So that is a no. So
There's no
no other
impact.
costs. It's just one person to a different purse with no attachments.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have a question regarding consent item 10? Seeing none, can I get a motion about agenda item 10?
I will, looking for the staff recommendation, I will move to adopt resolution number R-20-22 to revise the salary and benefits schedule for management employees by only deleting the RHSP, which is set forth in section 17 of the management employees salary and benefits schedule.
Do we have a second? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Wong?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Tall?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Yes.
And Mayor Shepherd-Romney?
Yes.
And Councilmember Wong has pointed out to me that we did not waive further readings. So if we would like to go back to a motion to waive,
It.
it takes a village.
So moved.
I'll second, since it was my bad. Okay, all in favor of waiving further reading? Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, they are waived, and we will go back. Thank you so much. I'm skipping ahead because we just had 20, and it's getting slower, but not fast enough. Item number 13, I believe Councilmember Jacobowski. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I know the excitement we all felt when we received our new fire engine, custom made for us. And we are now at that point in replacing our ambulance. And it was one of the most comprehensive, well-detailed reports that I have ever seen. So, Chief, I thank you and your department. And if you could just briefly give us a few highlights of what's new in construction these days and what types of features we will be seeing that are state-of-the-art and current industry standards. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening, Council, Mayor. What you have before you is a request for approval for a new ambulance. We requested $275,000, and that was based on estimates we saw in our region for other departments that sought new rescue ambulances. And we have a 12-year replacement cycle for our ambulances, 6 in frontline, 6 in reserve. And we do, it's not uncommon that we have breakdowns, maintenance, and other things that cause the frontline to be out of service. In fact, RA91 was out of service 26 days last year. So that's 26 days plus Lacey Park, plus parades, plus other events where 791 actually has to be pushed into service. Primarily what we get for $275,000 is dependability. That every time we get an emergency where somebody needs us, and about 3/4 of our medical calls are critical life-threatening emergencies. So we're serious life-threatening emergencies. So we get dependability that every time we go to start the ambulance, we go to drive to a resident's home, treat them, that everything works, the brakes work, the engine works, and we're able to get them to the hospital quickly for treatment. There are a few other things that it provides. We have cameras on all 4 sides now. If you were to look at our ambulance today, you would see a few blemishes on the side, and that's from narrow driveways and trees. And I know that report will be coming, but we do hit trees with the top of our fire apparatus, so you will see a few blemishes. We also have a larger lighting package that allows us to light the complete outside of the ambulance, intercom system, and more storage. We continue to get more equipment, some of it required by Department of Health Services, some of it that our firefighters believe we need, and so this provides for additional storage. But like as I stated initially, really what we get is dependability. That the current 791 has a significant oil leak, and it's all over the apparatus floor, and it would be very difficult to correct that. It would cause a whole engine to be pulled out, repaired, and for a 12-year-old ambulance with 60,000 miles, that just doesn't make sense for us. I'm available for any questions that you might have.
And I presume the computer system appears to be more updated and state-of-the-art in terms of being able to communicate, of course, in real time.
So as you saw, part of the budget this year, we've actually put money in to keep up with Verdugo, our dispatch center, and the requests that we put in for upgrades will actually go into this ambulance. So that was in coordination with the ambulance request was a request for new radios and a new way of communicating with Verdugo, which is via cell.
Thank you so very much. We're excited. And when should we expect delivery of this baby?
You know, we have, this isn't as complex as the engine, so there's one construction meeting, but a mid-construction meeting, but they are a local vendor, so I would anticipate 4 to 6 months, but we'll see.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Question.
Yes,
Can we
Councilmember
use
Wong?
the old auto pulse, or do we need a new one?
No, so the auto pulse is really a second question, because I did include a second auto pulse in this year's capital improvement program, but if you recall, I also indicated that I would be pursuing a grant from the EMS agency. Unfortunately, the EMS agency let me know recently that because of COVID, they're not entertaining any Measure B, which is the grant request this year. So I'll be pursuing a second auto pulse so that both our ambulances have identical equipment, which I think is really a better feature for us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tall?
Is there any resale value on the old one?
I think we got $7,000 for the old engine, and it was actually in really good shape. So the ambulance, I think you could probably pick it up for a couple $1,000. I don't think it'll go for much.
Well, I mean, it's a couple $1,000.
You know, I have had interest from at least one resident about donating it to other countries, but that hasn't come up recently. But I could reach out to him if that's your pleasure, because it's not much in terms of resale.
Well, it would help pay for the pulse.
Auto pulse. Sure.
Vice Mayor Udi? I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you and your department also for helping the foothill communities. I know I've been following the Bobcat fire. I know that the engine has been out there, one of the engines, with crews over the last couple days, and I appreciate that. And I know that it's great that our community can help in a time like this, and hopefully they'll stay safe and well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any discussion on this item as to whether to approve it? Hearing none. Can we have a motion, please? Oh, do we have any public comment regarding agenda item 13?
We do not have anyone asking to speak on Zoom, and I do not have any emails.
Thank you. Do we have anybody here? It doesn't look like it. Nobody's turned in a card? No. All right, thank you.
I move to approve the purchase of rescue ambulance to replace Reserve Rescue Ambulance 791 from Republic EVS in the amount of $274,714.90.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Wong?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Tall?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Yes.
Mayor Shepherd-Cromer?
Yes. Excellent. Thank you very much. Should I reopen for public comment on agenda item 10? I don't know that I did that.
I don't know that there was a pressing demand for public comment, but since no one...
Did we have any requests online for public comment about agenda item 10?
I did not receive any, no.
All right, thank you. Next, we will proceed to continued business, and that's agenda item 15, review and discuss the 2 architectural schemes for the San Marino Center and provide direction to the city manager on the preferred scheme. Can we have a presentation from staff? Director Throne?
Can I just ask a point of clarification? We do have that one public hearing we were looking to continue. I do see that there are, on the appeal, on Oak Knoll, I do see that there are people here in attendance. Can we continue that so they don't have to stick around?
Open the public? Okay,
Oh,
sure.
open that public.
Sure. What item is that? The open
Number
all-
Item 17.
Okay. All right, so
I
Director...
see an attorney here, and I know he's getting paid for the hour, by the hour.
It might be good, maybe.
I try to save her costs.
All right, so we will put that on hold, the continued business, and we'll move forward with just the one item, since we have people in attendance regarding agenda item 17, a public hearing on the appeal of design review number DRC 19-27 HP and DRC 19-28 2275 Oak Knoll Avenue. And so can we have a presentation from staff?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is an appeal of a planning commission decision to approve a new two-story house at 2275 Oak Knoll Avenue. Unfortunately, as was mentioned early on, there was an issue with the packet not being complete with respect to several of the items that were presented to the planning commission at those hearings, specifically the arborist report and the historic study of the property, amongst other renderings and so forth. And so there was insufficient information provided to the public as well as to the city council for tonight's hearing, which makes it difficult, of course, to make a decision on this item. So with that being said, due to this oversight, staff is recommending a continuance of this matter to September 25th, or at the council's pleasure, the October 14th hearing is another option. And with that said, staff recommends the city council open the public hearing and then motion to continue the item to either the September 25th hearing or the October 14th hearing.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions at this time for staff? Councilmember Wong?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what was oversight?
So the packet that we typically strive for when it comes to an appeal item such as this is to provide all the prior attachments to prior staff reports. So as the current staff report identifies, this project went before the planning commission on 2 occasions. And so the staff reports that are in your packet do not have the attachments with reference to the historic assessment of the property, as well as an arborist report, renderings, and some other key information like the neighborhood, the legal neighborhood, things like that. And so because that is missing, we feel that it's inappropriate to have a meeting tonight because of the insufficient information for really all members of the public and the council.
Well, I mean, as a prior applicant, I would be, I think it's a bad customer service on our side. So it'd be a waste of time for the applicant. So hopefully this will never happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobowski?
No questions?
Councilmember Tall?
What is our calendar look like on the 25th and the October hearing?
The September 25th meeting will, provided that you continue the tree ordinance, will have the tree ordinance. It will also have a closed session for my performance evaluation after the meeting. It'll have the recommendation for Community Services Director.
Budget.
Oh, yes, we've been
Budget
referring to it as
cleanup.
the cleanup items from the budget. So there'll be a financial report, things that just didn't get included, that sort of thing.
Public hearing should be held at our regular time.
I would agree. I think that's more appropriate because we have people who work and it's more appropriate. So everybody would like to participate in the public hearing. But anyway, do you have any other questions?
No.
Vice Mayor Udi? All right, seeing none, I thank you for letting us know what's coming.
And also, Mayor, if I might, actually the October 14th meeting is looking relatively, I should never say this, it's looking relatively light at the moment, so that probably is a good meeting.
Thank you. I would like to open this up for public hearing at this time, and I would like to know if the appellant wishes to speak. I don't know. I know that I think we have the applicant representative here.
Their desire to speak probably depends on whether you continue this item or not.
I think we need to give them the opportunity at this time to say, and then we would take it back and continue it, because we have to open it for public hearing.
Thank you, Richard McDonald, on behalf of the applicant. We have the architect here and the historic resources consultant. I want to thank Councilmember Wong for your comments. That obviously, our client is seriously frustrated at not being able to go forward. This project was approved in March, so it's been already quite a bit of time just getting here tonight. The worry that I have, and hopefully staff can clarify this, is typically under your code, section 23, this first meeting is to decide, do you want to affirm the planning commission, which was staff's recommendation in the staff report that was published, and with which we agree for the reasons stated in my September 3rd letter. But you also have the option to set it for hearing or to remand to the planning commission. So you have a number of procedural options. I just want to kind of clarify which one you're doing, because my worry, given the client's frustration and how long this has already taken, is that if you continue this hearing to October 14th, and then on October 14th, decide you don't want to remand to the planning commission and you don't want to affirm it, you want to set it for a hearing 40 more days after that, then we're three, 4 months down the road. So if we could get some clarification on what exactly, I mean, are you setting it for a hearing on the 14th and you're just going to hear it and that's going to be it? Or are you going to consider all the procedural options again and then we run that risk? And because we'd like to avoid the risk of having to go another 40 or more days after October 14th.
All right, thank you. I wanted to know whether the appellant is here and had anything to say. I don't know that they're present. I don't know if anybody's online.
I do not see the appellant online.
Or were there any emailed comments from the appellant?
I do have an emailed comment. Would you like me to read it into the record now?
Thank you.
Okay. So there was, I'm sorry, it's not emailed. It was received earlier this afternoon and also copied for you. So I'll go ahead and read it. And we can distribute it next time again as well. San Marino City Council. I, the owner of 2295 Oak Knoll Avenue, object to the proposed construction of a new 2-story home and 600 square foot accessory building at the property at 2275 Oak Knoll. The proposed project appears too large in proportion to its property size. In addition, the new home appears grossly out of character for the existing neighborhood, which will diminish the desirability of its surrounding homes and lower the overall quality of the neighborhood. The character, quality, and desirability of the neighborhood is quickly being eroded with a number of proposed projects within a distance of 3 properties in either direction. Already, as is, there are a number of long-term vacant homes on Oak Knoll Avenue that are experiencing a challenging sales environment. As an example, the house next door, located at 2285 Oak Knoll, has been on the market for well over a year. I and other neighbors feel a sustained pattern of vacant homes in such a concentrated area invites the potential for crime and disarray. The property at 2285 has already attracted police activity this year. I'd also bring awareness to the committee that I never received any notices from the owners of 2275 Oak Knoll Avenue regarding any building plans prior. I believe the property owner at 2275 is required to provide building plans to surrounding properties prior to city approval. The included letter is the first time I'm hearing about plans for this property. Because proper notice was not received, I believe the matter should be re-reviewed if possible. Thanks for your time, Lan Yang.
Thank you very much. Okay, so no other requests to speak virtually?
I do not see anyone requesting to speak for this item, and I do not have any other emails.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. I will bring the matter back to council for discussion. Do we have any items to discuss? Councilmember Jacobowski?
No discussion at this time, thank you.
Councilmember Wong?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Tall?
I have no discussion. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Just feel sorry for the homeowner to have this delayed, potentially delayed twice.
So can I get a motion for, from the council as to what we are going, how we're going to proceed on this matter?
I move to continue the appeal of design review numbers DRC 19-27HP and DRC 19-28 to the meeting of October 14th, 2020.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Wong?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes?
Councilmember Dahl?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Yes.
Mayor Shepherd-Norman?
Yes. Thank you. So we'll go backwards to, because the other items for public hearing are mainly staff driven. They don't have, they can have public commentary, but there's no parties that are coming to speak that are interested parties to speak tonight.
Correct. We might have general public comment, but there's no applicant or appellant.
Correct, okay, thank you. So we will go back to our first, our continued business item 15, review and discuss the two architectural schemes.
对，那个谁，我老公也在那边。
Review and discuss the two architectural schemes for the San Marino Center and provide direction to the city manager on the preferred scheme. Can I have the report from staff now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The item before you this evening is a recommendation that the City Council review input provided by the community and the Community Task Force and provide direction to the city manager as to the features and architecture to include in the final design of the San Marino Center renovation project. This project has been a public priority for the City Council for over 2 years. On April 24th of 2018, the Council directed the City Manager to develop a plan for the San Marino Center and include it in your strategic plan as a priority initiative. The Council on January 31st of this year again affirmed that this project should be included in your priority initiative process. On February 28th, the Council provided direction to staff to include this project in the draft capital improvement plan. Then on March 27th, the Council reviewed the draft list of projects to be included in this year's capital program. But of course, at that time, there was uncertainty related to the pandemic, and this project was placed on the pending list until the Council understood the impacts of the pandemic on city operations and finances. Consequently, on June 5th, the Council decided to include renovating the San Marino Center into this year's capital improvement program and including funding for the design work. We also requested that the department bring back to the Council options as to how to proceed and how much time it would take. So on July 8th, the Council approved an implementation plan and schedule to get the project out to construction this spring while simultaneously conducting a robust community engagement process and comments. The Council directed staff to extend the public comment period to 5 weeks and add a significant number of public meetings with a variety of bodies and return tonight with a design that represented community input. On July 31st, the Council awarded an architectural design contract with Crane Architectural Group, and the architects had attended most of the public meetings to hear firsthand comments, suggestions, and ideas from residents and Council-appointed advisory bodies. The Council also directed formation of a 9-person community task force charged to evaluate the input from the numerous community meetings and create a set of design criteria. Per Council direction, the 9 members included a parent, a recreation consumer, a senior, a liaison from the Library Board of Trustees, a nearby resident, an in-town civic group representative, 2 folks with an architectural and/or DRC or PC experience, and an at-large position. The Council directed Vice Mayor Udi and Councilmember Talt to work with the City Manager to seek out the best candidates for the committee. The task force met 4 times, and they will be making their report to the Council after the staff presentation. The public participation period began August 3rd and included presentations at 2 City Manager Town Hall meetings, presentations at the Public Safety Commission, the Lacey Park Landscape Committee, the Library Board of Trustees, the Design Review Committee, and the Planning Commission, the San Marino Rotary Club, the San Marino City Club, and the San Marino Chinese Club, and the San Marino Board of Education. We prepared an admittedly unscientific resident survey to gauge the broader community sentiment on renovating the San Marino Center, asked the same survey questions at each of our public meetings, and mailed it to all 4,862 residential addresses. By last Friday, we received over 200 responses, which is a 4% response rate. We made the surveys available online, in person here at the San Marino Center and City Hall, and we were available for telephone conversations. We surveyed over 24 current groups that use the San Marino Center and the Barth Room for their input on room use and features. Our acting community engagement manager conducted a public information campaign using our website, Facebook, and Twitter, and we produced 5 building tour videos. All of our printed and web-based materials were translated into Chinese, including the videos, which were subtitled, and our meeting with the Chinese Club was interpreted. All the community data and information we collected was shared with the task force during their deliberations about the project. The basic renovation program assumes existing use of this building continues as it has been. That is, it will host community events and activities, support recreation programming, provide rental space for community groups. Consequently, the plans before you represent 2 architectural schema for the exterior based on those assumptions and all the input we received. Scheme 1 is a refreshing of the mid-century architecture of the building. Scheme 2 would be to pivot to a Spanish style that could either be full traditional or revival style, such as in the Manor or Library. Regarding the interior spaces and site plan, each scheme shares the same interior and outdoor space options for layout and use. Provided to you earlier today is the architect's estimate of probable construction costs for each scheme and the options you can consider including with the project. Rick Crane, our architect, is available via Zoom link if you have questions regarding the plans and their estimate of probable construction costs. Your meeting tonight is not the end or the beginning of this project. If the council selects an architectural scheme tonight, your project design team will work regularly with the community task force, sharing progress and discussing detailed design questions that will arise from architect during plans preparation. If council selects a direction tonight, you will in January be presented with the final design for your approval, which will have been reviewed by the design team and task force. If you approve it, the department will advertise it for construction bids. Before I conclude the staff presentation and turn it over to the community task force, I would like to extend my thanks to all the residents and community members who provided ideas and suggestions for this project. And on behalf of the project team, I would also like to thank the community task force for the very constructive participation in the design process. This concludes the staff presentation, and I would like to ask Mr. Al Bode of the task force to begin the task force presentation.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I'm Al Bode, a member of the San Marino Center Design Task Force, and I would like to open our task force presentation. I'll be followed with the other members who will each comment on our process and our recommendations. Following the City Council decision to move forward with the renovation of the San Marino Center, it appointed a task force of citizens to assist in the process and gave it the following direction. The Council indicated that the purpose of the San Marino Center Design Task Force is to evaluate the input received from the community during a series of town hall meetings and forums and create a set of design criteria for the San Marino Center. The task force is to work with the design team during the design process to optimize the final design to be universally appropriate to the needs of the community. And the task force is to assume that the city will move forward with the Crane Architectural firm to create a design to remodel the existing center. We received the following background information. The center was built in 1952. It is in desperate need of maintenance and upgrade to meet current and future uses. The roof leaks, the floor is uneven, the lighting is poor, the air conditioning is spotty, the kitchen is not functional, and overall, the facility is not attractive. Following the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Committee, the center has been designated to become the new home of the Recreation Department and its programming. Doing so will free up Stoneman and allow the city to make a decision about our best long-term use of that property. Sitting next to the Crowell Public Library, a remodeled center will create one engaging and integrated public complex, combining both interior and outside functionality. The remodeled center will become a focal point for the community, hosting community events, performances, and meetings. The guiding principle to in the renovation is to create maximum flexibility to accommodate as many users and functions as possible, especially in a post-COVID world. Parking and the needs of the Huntington Middle School district offices and the Barth Center must be considered. It is envisioned that most of the programming at the center would be in the evenings and on weekends, so as to not put additional demands on the parking situation in this area. The remodeled facility will take into consideration the needs of all residents. It will be energy efficient, ADA compliant, and senior friendly. Those were the guidelines with which we were charged, and that was the starting information that we had. Subsequent to that time, we've conducted meetings, and you have received a report this evening. I'm going to introduce each of the members of the commission or of the task force, and they will be speaking individually about some element in the report, and would do so at this time unless you want to do something else. Hearing nothing, I'd like to introduce Ms. Crane. Yeah. Hearing nothing, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Giles, who will speak about the makeup of the task force and its process. I'd love to give her this space. Can you write it down so she can use it? Or she will. I need to have her.
Good evening, I'm Jennifer Giles. I've really very much enjoyed being with this group, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about us. The members of our task force represent many facets of our community through their professions. I, being an architect, as well as one other committee member, we have lawyers, business leaders, real estate agent, stay-at-home parents. We have a diverse family makeup as well. Some of us have young children, others are soon-to-be empty nesters or empty nesters, others are retirees. We also have members of our team that live quite close to this site. We have past users of the facility, being PTA leaders, City Club members, Rotary members, Chinese Club, also members of the Recreation Department, or are heavy users of the Recreation Department. We are all members. We have some members on our committee that were part of the revisioning of the Recreation Center, which was very important to have that connection. At the beginning of this process, not all of our members were really supporters of this remodel. Several questioned whether a brand new facility would be much better for the use of these appropriated funds. There were many concerns regarding the finances, questions about the functionality and the use of the space, as well as concerns about the exterior of the design and how that was going to integrate into our city. The task force committee, as stated before, we met 4 times collectively on our own. Each of those 4 meetings were 2 hours in length. We also attended as many as we could of the subsequent meetings with other groups, Planning Commission, Design Review, School Board, to listen in and hear the public comments firsthand. We listen to each other, not always agreeing, but willing to listen to each other's opinions. The group actually toured this facility at 3 different occasions over a 2-day period, and we were extremely thankful for that opportunity so that we could see firsthand the physicality of the space. Many of us had been participants and been in the space, focused on an event, but had never really looked into all the crevices and upstairs rooms and really understood exactly what is here on a support level. We also listened and pondered extensively on throughout all the survey, all the information that was collected during the public survey, and we really looked closely at that information because we felt it reflected the comments of those of us in the community. This group of volunteers focused hard on what they thought was the best long-term interests for our city. At the end of this month-long process, the task force was almost entirely unanimous in their recommendations and hereby directs the City Council to move forward with the remodel of the San Marino Center. And you'll be hearing of our recommendations. Our task force includes, who spoke already, Raymond Chung, John Chow, Toby McDonald Chow, Steve Domer, myself, Jennifer Giles, Jamie Germanian, Angela Liang, Calvin Lowe, and we had great help from our moderator, Ken Udy, and Steve Talt listened in, and we appreciate the time that the staff was at each of our meetings, Aldo Cervantes, Marcelo Marlowe, and Michael Throne. I just wanted to say I felt it was it was a great experience to feel free to speak about our opinions, and all of our meetings were never directed by staff. They were just there to answer our questions or to provide information if we asked for it. And Vice Mayor Udy was great in really collecting our thoughts together and encouraging all of us to speak, but never provided any of his personal input, which was great. The input that you see is predominantly 100% from our task force. Thank you. So I don't know who's going to speak.
Can you hear me?
John next? John, sorry.
And do you need a table?
I can sit here. Yeah, that's fine. Mayor Shepherd Romey, members of the City Council, it's a great pleasure to be here this evening. My name is John Chow. Been a resident of San Marino since 1997. And I'd also like to add that I'm a proud member of the San Marino City Club. So as I sit here, I can't help but let my mind wander to the dinners, our monthly dinners that we have at this location. It reminds me of how important the San Marino Center is to bring the community together. It's one of the few opportunities where people that we normally don't, our neighbors or our friends or whatnot, relatives, that we really don't have a chance to, because of our busy schedules and whatnot, to come together. And so I see the community center as serving a very important role as far as that is concerned. That's why I've been very happy to be a part of this project, because I think that some of the ideas that we've talked about to improve the functionality of the San Marino Center is going to be very important to the cohesiveness and to the benefit of the community. With that said, my responsibility is to talk a little bit about the cost of this project. And what I'd like to say about that is, as we talked about design features, the mid-century modern that the building is currently, that is the current design, the Spanish architecture that we are proposing and how that would blend into the surrounding buildings, that at the forefront of our mind is what is the cost? Other features, other design ideas that we talked about, such as the stage, and I think you'll hear some more about that a little later on, commercial kitchen, etc. Again, the first question that we ask is, what is the cost? I also had the great pleasure of serving on the ad hoc committee with Councilmember Steve Wong and Councilmember Steve Tulk. So I'm pretty familiar with the finances of the city and the ability of the city to afford a project such as this. I've also had the great pleasure to work with Councilmember Steve Tulk and Vice Mayor Ken Udy on the Blue Ribbon Committee, revisioning the Recreation Department. And so we talked about what do we want that Recreation Department to represent for the city of San Marino. And again, it's about the community and how do we build the cohesiveness of the community and its members. So when we looked at the cost, it was not so much what is the cost, but we look at it as an investment in the future. The San Marino Center was built back in 1952, and it's been around for almost 70 years, and we think that it's going to be around for another 70 years. And so we're looking at how do we construct something that will be durable, easy to maintain, able to withstand the wear and tear that we hope that the city club or the community center will experience. And if you factor in all of those items, that is one of the reasons why the cost is what it is. Now, with that said, there's been some estimates, there's been some numbers that have been tossed around. A lot of those are just estimates. Nothing is firm yet. I'm not so sure how accurate those estimates are, especially since they're coming from an architect as opposed to a contractor. So with that said, I don't really want to get too deep into the numbers just yet because it may become a moot point, it might be meaningless. But I would like to say that from a cost standpoint, the members of the task force had that as part of the discussion when we try to determine what would be the best and the highest and best use of the community center, not just from the city standpoint, but also from the community standpoint. Thank you.
Thanks. Mayor Shepherd-Rummy, Vice Mayor Udy, council members, and city staff. I'm Steve Domeyer. I've been a resident of San Marino for over 24 years, and I was asked to be a part of this task force because I'm on the board of trustees for the library. By the way, it was my pleasure to be a part of this task force. I want to echo what Jennifer was saying. It was a great job that Ken did leading us, and the members of the task force were wonderfully cooperative. We had different ideas, but we weren't ever cranky about it. We shared our ideas and had a fruitful discussion. 16 years ago, I was also part of the capital campaign to build the library to replace the aged structure that was also built in the 1950s. Today, every time I drive by our library, I enjoy what a beautiful building it is and what an important asset it is for our community. But constructing the library was not without struggle, as there were those who were opposed to changing it despite its crumbling and worn condition. But hardworking, determined citizens persisted, realizing the importance the library would have for the community. The library was built, the complaints died away, and everyone came to realize what a great benefit the library was for the city of San Marino. I know you are all aware of the countless programs and services our library provides for San Marinians of all ages and continues to do so despite being closed to the public because of the coronavirus. Many programs are being offered virtually, and library staffers are still fulfilling book requests by phone and email so that patrons may pick them up curbside, not unlike grocery stores are doing. It was with an eye towards the future that community volunteers 16 years ago strove to build a beautiful functional facility that would be aesthetically pleasing and serve San Marino for many years to come. When it came to soliciting input from the community regarding the San Marino Center, responses have been extremely varied, all the way from don't touch it at all to tear it down and pave it over for a parking lot. Both of those extremes were wisely ignored by this council when they decided to instead pursue a remodel/refurbishing of the center, as that was significantly less expensive than building an entirely new structure. That left the question of deciding on the exterior look of the San Marino Center. Our task force offered 3 options. 1, keep the original 50s style architecture, which could result in a lower overall cost. 2, remodel to a true Spanish Mediterranean style. Or 3, mimic the style of the existing library, which is a modified Spanish style, which some call Spanish Revival. Choice number 1, to keep the original 1950s style, was advocated by many members of the community, some because of cost, others because of style, others who were just reticent to change. But the task force was made aware that this current building is not an historic resource and has been added on to many times over the years with additions and alterations that were not authentically mid-century. Option number 2, to adopt a true Spanish Mediterranean style, was preferred by many others in the community, but would require increased costs to build out the walls so that the windows would be recessed in the true style. Our budget-conscious task force felt the expense would not be worth it, so after much discussion, the consensus was that we recommend option number 3, to have it reflect the style of our existing library and adopt a modified Spanish style for the exterior. The additional cost of thickening the walls would therefore be eliminated. This allows for the San Marino Center to be in harmony with the buildings that surround it: Huntington Middle School, the Barth Athletic Complex, the offices of the San Marino Unified School District, and the library. In addition, the Board of Trustees for the library felt very strongly that the new center should align aesthetically with the library, since both are city properties. Our task force also felt it was important to make the San Marino Center and the library look like they belong together. We wanted to ensure that the south side of the center looks as good as the library's south side center and entrance, and urged the consideration of a connecting courtyard between the center and the library. This will tie the 2 buildings together and create a true community center for the city. I am well aware how fiscally responsible this council is. We're trying to sell a used ambulance for $2,000. The community knows it too. They know how tight you are with the buck, though there will always be those who complain no matter what the cost is. This is our one chance to get it right. This is something we want to enjoy for the rest of our lives. Every time we drive by the new San Marino Center, and every time we attend an event there, we will appreciate that we made the right choice to beautify our city and have a structure we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Sorry.
Well, good evening. My name is Raymond Chang, Mayor, members of the City Council. It's an honor to be here. I couldn't tell you how much I enjoy working with this group. This is what a wonderful group of people. I wish you could get to meet more often like this on some exciting project. My family has been living in the city for over 35 years. I raised my children here, and they finished high school and the college, graduate school, and they all came back and they found a home back in here. So I have all my family now back in the city. Some of my kids were actually grew up in the city and grew up in this room. One of my sons said that he remembered his 8th grade dance in here. So this is really part of home. I enjoyed it very much, and I am honored to be able to serve on the Planning Commission and the Design Review Commission in the last 15 to 20 years in the city. And I've seen a lot of development in the city. None of them come close to the excitement that I enjoyed, like this one here. I'll share with you what we got and why the building was sort of obsolete in a sense. Why is it so exciting? The reason why we got a lot of data coming in from different groups. How often they use it, what size room they wanted, how big the parties are, how many people. And if you walk in this room now, you got a huge room that has one divider. And the occupancy rate for this side where we're sitting in now is about 339 people per building code. On the east side is 334, so it's about the same size, half and half. And then you have the 5-side room. That's all the room you got. You got 3 rooms that are huge. It's not enough area for smaller groups to meet or to use. And we understand that we need to keep it flexible. And so one of the architects there, I think they did a fair job, is to divide this particular room with 2 partitions into 3 spaces. We'll maintain this large room, which is about 339 occupants, with the stage, that the stage has about 62 people for occupancy. And one of the tasks is, so maybe we can task him to close off the front of the stage and use the back side of the stage for a smaller meeting room. And that's one of the recommendations. So immediately we have 2 rooms here. On the back side, we are also introducing a new partition at the 3rd beam down, which is 1, 2, 3, to create a medium-sized room and a small room. Just by a rough calculation, the medium-sized room will have about 220 people. The smallest room will have about 110. So immediately we created 3 separate spaces of different size for this large room. We also recommend the architect to keep the 5-side room as 1 single room, but furnish it nicely so there's 1 upgrade room for our use. So if you count that, that will be the 5-side room, 3 possible space here, 1 on the stage, that's 5. We also are searching the possibility of converting one of the office in the west corner and make that a smaller meeting room. And that should sit about 10 to 15 people. So that creates 6 different spaces. By relocating the kitchen from the center to the rear for easy delivery, we also have the opportunity to create another outdoor space. And that outdoor meeting room will create the 7th space when we need it. So I think the architect layout and the group's input is valuable. It will be if we do it right, it will be a wonderful project at the end. And definitely, this will be for generations to come. So thank you very much.
Mayor Shekarumi, council members, I'm Kellen, also a member of the task force. It's been such an enjoyable experience working with the wonderful group. And I'm here to speak about this beautiful stage here, as Raymond just mentioned. So for the group, there are 4 options. There's some discussion whether to remove it or keep it, and there were actually 4 options that this group considered. First one is, of course, to convert it to a full production stage, including update professional lightings, speaker systems, and so on and so forth. And the second is to just keep it as a platform as it is right now, and just with some simple updates. And the third is put dividers on the stage so it can become 2 elevated rooms. And the fourth is just remove it and totally remove it and divide the space to make a room, to cover it, to make it a room. And there's some other factors we also considered. It's actually, this is the only stage that the city has. And well, USD, I have a lot of stages, but the city doesn't. This is the only stage city facilities that's in the city facility.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. We're having an audio issue right now, which means the public can't hear anything. Do you want to just take a quick break so that we can fix it? Okay. Sorry, Calvin. Okay. You didn't do it.
I didn't.
Did it start, just so if we start again, it might be Calvin starts the stage discussion again. Is that okay? Because I do think people in the community are.
It was just a couple minutes ago. It was 2 minutes.
We're going to have a slight change of plans on behalf of the task force because one of the members would like to go in order next.
If you don't mind, we'd like to change plans and we'll come back.
Thank you very much.
Testing.
Hi, I'm Jamie Germanian. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. I am charged with discussing the kitchen renovation, and I believe that I'm probably part of the committee as a neighbor. I live just on the other side on Sherwood Road. I have children in the middle school and in the high school, so I think I can speak for all of the times that we have been here that the San Marino Center being remodeled would be a really great asset for the community and for the schools and for all portions of it. But because I'm speaking on the kitchen, we were looking at multiple options for a kitchen remodel in this entire facility remodel. And there were the options of a full commercial kitchen, a large residential kitchen, or a catering kitchen. There are many aspects of a kitchen that you don't really pay attention to, I think, but with the committee and having architects on the committee, it really opened my eyes because I would have initially gone a different direction. Again, we all, I think, came together, believing that a catering kitchen is the right way to propose a kitchen be included in a community center, which would include reducing the pantry size and more warming cabinets, sinks prepped without the need of ovens or heating elements and all of the other things that go with that. So our committee came together and decided that the proposal for a catering kitchen was the right option to be included.
Thank you very much.
Again, this is Calvin Lowe. I'm speaking on this beautiful stage. So for the stage, the group were considering 4 options. And first is to convert it into a full production stage, which is including the professional lighting and professional speaker systems. Second is just to keep it as a platform as is right now with some simple updates. Third is to put dividers on the stage so it can become 2 elevated rooms. Fourth is to remove it and divide the space to make it a room. And some of the factors that we were also looking into is that this is the only stage that city has. School district has a lot of stages, but this is the only stage that city has. And also that or if the stage were to remain, and also we have to make sure the lighting works for both of the stage and for meeting in a meeting space. And And the other factor is if we do remove the stage, that will eliminate the ADA, the need for ADA access to the stage, and then associated ramp on the south side of the property. And also because there's a substantial storage space under the current stage right now. So if we were to remove it, then we would also have to create additional storage space for tables and chairs. So with all this and of course the CD survey, and with all these factors being taken into consideration, the group recommended that we keep it as a platform, not a full production stage, of course, and just with some simple update. And also the other factor we also looking at, one of the important factor we look at it is also to remove it actually would cost $210,000 to remove it. So with that money, we can actually use that money to actually update the platform and make it a multi-purpose space with the ability to use as a storage, a stage, and also a meeting room on top of it. And the reason why we also recommend to keep the stage as a platform is that we believe that after the stage is revived and reimagined, it can be more widely used by our residents in town and also various groups in town. And for more recreation activities, award ceremonies, holiday programs, community events or meetings, and so on and so forth, and therefore bring more revenues to the city. And more importantly, this will also bond and connect the community together, and to enjoy memorable moments together as proud residents of San Marino for now and generations to come. And that is priceless. That's why we recommend to keep this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Twice. Twice over.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council member. My name is Angela Liang, and I have been a resident of San Marino since 2005, and I raised my 2 kids in the school system. I want to first thank you for the opportunity to work with this wonderful group. I have learned a lot from them through our discussions, and I am charged with the discussions of fixtures, furnishing, and equipment for the space. The task force, we start to discuss the different levels of design that we want to bring the space to. And we use the hotel ratings as our unofficial guide. We talked about, do we want it to be like Ritz-Carlton? Do we want it to be like Courtyards by Marriott? Or do we want it to be really, really no nonsense and be Spring Hill Suites? Based on listening to the community and the cost consideration, the task force agreed on a Courtyard by Marriott type of standard. Durability and easy maintenance are paramount in our discussions of the fixtures, furniture, and equipment that should be placed in the San Marino City Center, especially in the high traffic and usage areas like the restrooms. In addition, we listened to the community feedback that the city center should not only have similar feel as the library, but to also complement it. Based on that, we envision, in addition to practical office spaces, to an elegant space in the fireside room, and also a more relaxed, user-friendly, multi-purpose area that can accommodate rec department classes, social gatherings, and celebrations. We propose multiple sink water stations, durable surfaces, and flooring for easy cleanup. The overall lighting of the different spaces and sound deadening technology are very important to the usability of the space and the flexibility to section off the area. We also discussed on the sustainability and the benefits of having solar panels. Technology is changing every day, so it is critical to set up the most up-to-date infrastructure. Most equipment are now wireless, so having enough Wi-Fi access point would be key to providing good connectivity to devices, good AV and PA systems that would make this space very beneficial and usable by all who would like to use the space. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity and for letting me be part of this task force.
Mr. Bo, we have a message from Toby Cho on the Zoom. So, Acting City Clerk Merlo, do you want to read that out?
Yes. My name is Toby Chu, and I've lived in San Marino since 2004 and served on the task force through the lens of a heavy recreation department user. I was supposed to speak on our recommendations to maximize the flexibility of the space, but unfortunately I have to leave to attend the Partnership for Awareness Board meeting, which started at 7 p.m. Sounds that Raymond is now speaking on the flexibility of the space.
Mayor and Council, we thank you for your attention. I'm going to speak briefly on the last two items on our report and then make a quick closing comment. I'd like to speak briefly about parking. The community, in their comments, referred to parking as a concern frequently, and we on the task force share the concern. We're aware that there is limited parking. We know that there are 48 spots in the parking lot that are leased by the city, and we know that during the daytime that there are often times that the parking is a problem. Following with the guidance of our input, recognizing that the majority of events are expected, large events are expected to occur in the evening and the weekend, we recommend that we go ahead with the renovation in spite of the limited parking, but the committee does encourage the council to undertake further negotiations with the school district to consider the possibility of formal agreement for the use of spots on the west side of the building. Whether or not that's practical, we don't know. However, we do have one additional comment about parking, or two additional comments. It's important that we have handicap parking available. At the moment, we have some handicap parking on this piece of property. Those spots could need to be relocated depending upon the ultimate decision as to how we might use the southeast corner of the building as a transition between this building and the library. We have on both sets of indoor plans that you have in front of you, there are external or exterior patio areas proposed, both one on the southeast and one on the northeast, both of which would connect to the room that Raymond discussed, the third room, the one behind me with the windows on the east side of this building, which would create the possibility for either small group indoor-outdoor activities, or if the larger room were used, maybe with a divider here or no dividers, you'd also have the access to indoor-outdoor space for whatever use you might wish to make it. But recognizing that if we do something with the southeast corner to make it into patio or usable space, we have to be very careful in thinking about our handicap parking. The other thing we need to keep in mind is that handicap parking should be near entrances, and we have entrances, the principal entrances on the north side of the building, so the architect will need to be thinking about that. The third thing we had to say about parking was we believe that that we might, in the process of facilitating the coordination of the front of the building with the library, the adoption of the modified Spanish approach, we might also take the opportunity to extend the street side angle parking, which now stops in front of the library, move it down the street and add a half a dozen spots out there, as well as the recommendation that's on the exterior floor plan, which shows an unloading area cut into what is now the parking in front of the building. We felt that was very important, but also to consider adding some street parking. With regard to ADA accessibility, we can only say how important it is that we make this building available to use by all citizens. The efforts that need to be taken by the designers must make it accessible and convenient and comfortable to use, and you'll see that we've made references to that in our report. We also point out that if the stage is retained, we will need to have a way, an ADA compliant lift installed so that the stage can be used by all. We further had a conversation about the fact that regardless of whether we keep the stage or not, we're going to probably find that we're going to need risers in the building, modern convention and meeting facilities. Invariably will have temporary stage or temporary riser facilities in place are available. They can be folded up, put away, brought out, and used as needed for any of the meeting rooms, and allows for a raised head table, raised city council, DS or the like. And we need to keep in mind that if we have those kinds of things, we need to be thinking about a way to facilitate their use by everyone, whether it's a ramp or whether we have floor level presentation facilities as needed. That concludes our comments. You have, I believe, our report. And I think it's important that you note two things. First of all, the significant impact on this group of citizens of the comments from the community. During the last 4 to 5 weeks, many members of the community have taken the time to attend meetings and share their thoughts and their beliefs and their hopes and their dreams for the facility. And many members of the community have responded to the survey that was mentioned earlier. And I can absolutely assure you that this group listened to what the community asked for, and we believe, and I think I speak for us all, that we have incorporated in our recommendations as best as possible the position of what appears to be the majority viewpoint on most issues. With that said, we're available for any questions you have.
I don't know if we have any questions for the task force, so we'll go down the council members and direct your report or to whomever, and maybe you can help us with that, and then we'll go into public comments, etc. So, Councilmember Wong?
Yes, I just have a question. Did the task force have the probable cost estimate for that? Yeah, thank you.
I can answer that. The task force had information as to the original cost estimate that the council had received, I guess at the time you made the decision to remodel. We've also seen additional cost recommendations, and I believe there were cost estimates included in the package you received this evening. Am I correct?
Yes, we got them this
The most recent cost estimates we received yesterday, and we did consider them, as John mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jacobowski?
Thank you, Mayor. Mine is a question of intrigue. First off, we can talk later on about our appreciation, but I'm just absolutely awestruck by your flow and the way you all came together. But I guess I'll address this to Ms. Giles, because you said initially there was quite a bit of disagreement, and tonight just felt so cohesive. What was your turning point? What brought you together as a group to have this type of a presentation?
I think we kind of surprised ourselves with that too, because, and I even, I found myself starting out thinking we need to have a Spanish-style building, but then I was very open to hearing what others had to say, and then we were listening to one another, we were listening to the surveys and everyone's comments, and I just feel that some of us were questioning ourselves, they were questioning the building, and we didn't really know a lot about this building, so I think it really helped coming to the site and actually seeing it and hearing what the community wanted. And I think there was a little, we did have, I think it shows on our, that there was some opposition to keeping the stage. That's still kind of something that we didn't all completely agree upon, but it was really quite eye-opening to see how we all, after hearing the information, came together. We did have a very heated discussion about why are we spending so much money? Maybe it's actually more cost-effective to tear the building down, and we had a very long discussion about that. And we all really thought long and hard and said, we have something here that we can work with. Why scrap it and start all over again? Let's really try and use what we have and change the appearance on the outside to really meld and blend and be one cohesive unit with the library. Tear down the wall, I kept saying, tear down the wall between these two. Let's really blur the lines. Let's try and create a cohesive complex. And others that were thinking more in a different direction, we all were very respectful and very open-minded, and we all came to this decision together. So it took a month, and we spent a lot of time, but we really, truly feel that this is in the best interest of the city to very much try and utilize what we have and make something good out of a space that could be fabulous.
Thank you. And in conclusion, it feels like your diversity served you well. Thank you.
Councilmember Paul?
Thank you, Mayor. I sat there for 8 to 10 hours, however long, and I listened. And it was important for me to kind of actually watch this consensus building that occurred, because it occurred naturally, and no one, and I appreciate the fact, first of all, putting all this hard work into it, but also how you guys were respectful of each other, especially in this day and age, to have a task force that comes from a government action, actually be respectful and appreciative of each other's opinions, and I really, really appreciate that. My one question in this, when we originally brought this concept up, the idea was to restore what we have. And ultimately the decision that you came down with, which was based upon not only your own opinions, but also that of the community, to match the Kroll Library in this light design. My question is, in looking at the information that you had, do you think that the 95 people in the survey or the people that made the comments about matching it would nonetheless maintain that belief, knowing that it's going to cost an additional $400,000 to do so? And secondly, my question is, and perhaps this is more for the architects of the group, is it really, will it look good? Because whenever you're trying to change the appearance of the building like that, will we notice that it looks odd, or will it blend in quite well?
So I think your question is, were we cognizant of the additional cost?
No, not that you were, in assessing what the public addressed. Because there's only one reference in all of the material I've seen, unfortunately, that talked about there being an additional cost. That was in the survey. But based upon your assessment of reviewing the comments and everything, you think that the public would still support that, the additional cost for making the change? There was some discussion there.
We struggled a lot with the cost, and we didn't want the public to feel as if we were designing or thinking about the building without knowing that information. And we would like to see, hopefully, from the architect, or maybe even from an outside estimator, another run at the numbers. Because we didn't want to take and feel restricted by, like, we shouldn't dream about what we could do, but we wanted to be mindful that we, as citizens of the city, it's our money as well that we're thinking about, that we have given through our tax dollars to this project. And we wanted to think of the sustainability of the building, of what its future could be, and you don't want to sell yourself short and thinking, God, I really wish I would have done something about that. And I think we had a long discussion about that, going, it's going to cost a little bit more to do this, but this feels right. It would not be wise to say, you know what, let's just do a real quick paint job and maybe put some new windows on the front and focus all the efforts on the inside. It's a cohesiveness. You've got to think of the outside and the functionality of the inside and see it all together as one project. And we really felt that we would be selling ourselves short if we didn't think long and hard about connecting to the library that's there now. We did have a long discussion about the added cost to make it even more Spanish looking, which would add exceptionally higher dollars to the project.
I think it was an additional $450,000 if we went with that's the recessed windows and trim exterior, right? And you guys decided you didn't want to do that.
We decided we didn't want to do an extreme Spanish style building. We thought more of a modified, modern update with some elements that resemble what the Kroll Library is would be more in tune with a refresher of the exterior of the building, with walls that mimic what's happening at the library to help enclose and create those outdoor courtyards. Things like that would kind of shield some of the building and even create a nicer approach from the southern side, which we don't really see right now. It's kind of the back side of the building, and wanting to create a more southern entrance point, as the Kroll Library also has as well.
Okay, my second question, and this is actually for you and Raymond, the architects, and I know that Calvin does a lot of work in this area as well. Will it look like we tried to put a round peg in a square hole, or a square peg in a round hole, however you want to put it, if we change the exterior like is recommended?
I don't think so if this committee can continue to have that discussion with Crane, because I feel that we've really given a lot of our time, and there's 2 architects, yes, on this task force, but the others that are here also brought up so many great points that I was very appreciative of from someone coming not from an architectural background. They really scrutinized the buildings and really looked at those details and brought up a lot of great points that I think if we really hold the architect accountable that's designing this building, I think we can do it.
Okay, and I didn't mean to discount anybody else's opinion in that regard.
But I don't know
It's
if
just
Raymond wants to comment
that
also,
an architect might
or
have
if
a
anybody
better
else.
sense.
Jennifer's too modest to admit that she had a suggestion on the style that would greatly improve the building. And so when she makes the comment that working forward, with Crane Architects would be to our benefit, I think that's really important, because she had a very good point about how an arch should be moved, so she has a definite eye for that kind of stuff. And your earlier question, Councilmember Talt, about did the public know? I think the public knew that the Spanish style would cost more, because a lot of the comments saying keep it the way it is, don't spend any extra money, leads us to believe that they knew. So I think that's what the majority of the concerns were about.
Thank you, Steve.
Sure. Yeah, okay, sure. The other thing I keep thinking of is, can anyone tell me exactly what the library cost exactly to build? I was involved for 16 years, and I can't tell you exactly how much it cost, but I know it looks beautiful. So whether it's something costs $200,000 to $400,000 more 10 years from now, you're not going to know. If it's 10 million more, yeah, you'll know that. But the amount between the amount of difference between the current style that it is, and I use the term loosely, sorry Aldo, that style and what the Spanish style could be is honestly negligible when you amortize it over the 70 years that we expect this building to be in existence. So that's why we kind of went with what the modified Spanish style, to keep it similar to the library, because we'd be able to appreciate it for years to come.
I think it's important for you to recognize that Jennifer made a point about functionality, and Steve made a point about the desirability of creating a cohesive community center where the library and this building become one, even though there are two. And both of those things seem to me, who originally wasn't in favor of that idea, I thought that they made a good point, and that the change in the exterior appearance will help bring the buildings together and help provide more functionality, easier transition between the two buildings than we would have if we just painted them.
Thank you. Councilmember Talt, any other questions?
Mayor, I think Raymond is going to.
Oh, sorry.
Also,
I think you heard it all, but I just want to make sure that we don't lose this opportunity. Having that once in a lifetime opportunity to bring the two complexes together as one. I asked the architect about are they going to try to get a landscape architect to bring that common space between the two buildings together, and he said he will start looking into that. And then we have the opportunity to have, when people come by from other cities that do not know the history of this, If they have the opportunity to come in one day and drop off the kids in the library and then come here for a meeting or some activities, they may be thinking of coming to a complex that was built at the same time. I think we have that opportunity. We're going to have to do so much to upgrade this building to meet the current code anyway. The cost difference between the two is not that significant if you're really looking at, you have to restucco the whole thing. So whether you're going to stucco it to match or stucco it to match the existing. We're paying for the additional walls and some decoration and some architectural features, but those are creating value at the end. And when you look back, you're never going to be able to buy something in today's price 5-10 years down the road. So this is the best time to buy. And that's, I think the whole committee take long and hard and discuss it hard and come to that decision. And I hope the city council and the community would accept that recommendation.
Thank you.
Anybody else wants to speak with Councilmember Talt about that? Okay.
I have nothing further at this time, thank you.
Vice Mayor Udi.
No questions, but just an observation and a thank you. It's a very, very impressive group, and you know, for people to know, it was full participation, full attendance in all the meetings. Everybody was there on time. Nobody left early because of the efficient work. You know, the meetings were shorter than scheduled most of the time. And Susan, to answer your question, some instincts here of how the group came together. Well, I think there was mutual respect. There was no personal agendas, left the egos at the door. And at the end, the data that was gathered by the staff from the community really helped everybody to focus on, you know, what are the real issues. And by then it was a collaborative group and just outstanding work, and you know, really, really proud to be a small part of it. So thank you.
They do a community training?
Well, thank you, everybody, serving on the task force. I know it was no easy task, and it sounds like it took a lot of meetings, and you came back at it again and again. And I appreciate even coming here tonight and each taking this seriously and helping us understand the conclusions and how you drew them, so we know that thought process before us as part of the documents and things we need to consider. And so I thank you. I know it was a lot of work and extra fun during this COVID time and the heat and everything else, but I also appreciate Councilmember Talt and Vice Mayor Udi. I understand you've done your share both on the public meetings, which many of you sat in on and listened to by Zoom and whatever as well, and to facilitate to make it a good working document, so we really have distinct recommendations, and that's useful for us to consider in our process as well. So I thank you so much for doing that. It's quite a bit of work, and I appreciate that, and I know the community does as well. It's great to have different viewpoints and come together and reach those conclusions and have them very clearly done. That helps everybody here. So thank you very much for your service and continued service. So we will next open up for the item for public comment. So these are not committee members, task force members anymore, but I don't see anybody else here, but I believe we have a number of people watching the meeting online who might have comments or questions or statements to make, and so we can go through those if they come in. Additionally, we were furnished a packet of things that have been emailed to us, and I think all council members have received those today, and some were directly sent to us.
Looks like we don't have anyone in person, but we can go ahead and check in with Zoom. I know I have 2 people that have already requested to speak on Zoom. And Ms. Peck, are you available? Unmute. We'll go to the next one while Ms. Peck, if you're there, if you want to go ahead and unmute. Ms. Jagels, if you're ready, you can go ahead.
She was speaking earlier, so I know she can't, yeah, she spoke up at the public comment, so I know she can't, but maybe we can move to somebody else while she either reboots or something.
I'm ready.
Okay, good. Ms. Jagels, go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Shirley Jagels. I'm a long-term resident and the founder of San Marino Heritage. I have a letter that I prepared late in the day, so I think I will just read it. But first I'll just say that, you know, we can leave our egos at the door, but unfortunately we cannot leave our wallets at the door. I think we do have to be very cautious with regard to spending of the public money. So I'll just read my letter really quickly, since you probably haven't had a chance, council members and mayor, to read it. Dear Mayor and Council, please add my comments to the public process with regard to tonight's San Marino City Council agenda item number 15, review and discuss the 2 architectural schemes for the San Marino Center and provide direction to the city manager on the preferred scheme. Now, it was kind of a joke, you know, it certainly does appear to be a scheme, but, you know, I'm just going to say that I hereby record my opposition to the engagement of Crane or any consultant who has not gone through the legal public bidding process. According to the Institute for Local Government, and I've provided you with the link, quote, local governments rely on sound budgeting and financial management to efficiently manage operations and provide essential services to the public. It goes on in its subheading, purchasing and contracting practices, that this, quote, presents a number of ethical and legal hazards for local officials, despite what can, at times, be a relatively small impact on overall agency spending. This is because missteps can undermine the public's overall confidence in the agency's financial practices, and that, quote, procurement policies and practices enable an agency to promote maximum value and economy for the agency's constituents through fair and competitive processes, unquote. An environmental impact report would be critical with regard to any major project at this community facility, especially if you are considering doing anything with the exterior. In the Institute's subsection, quote, called Understanding CEQA Guidelines, What You Need to Know for Recycling Infrastructure Projects, they go on that, quote, cities and counties across the state are working to meet the state's mandated waste diversion goals. To do this, governments across California are looking to build and expand recycling infrastructure projects. And that, quote, these projects will need to comply with focusing on opportunities to reduce the environmental and GHG impacts of these facilities, unquote. Whether or not the Recreation Department would relocate to the San Marino Center, were you to remodel it legally, a costly CEQA review would be necessary given the scope of this project. It seems clear that we could have easily and already created a beautiful building for City Club or any other community organization or for city meetings to meet our needs. Had we spent a mere 25% of what we have spent to date on this costly, inefficient marketing campaign. This proposal is inefficient, costly, without serving the needs of the community and lacking both the direction and fundamental engagement of the constituents earlier on. I do appreciate the hard work of your task force, but it's clear that things were moving way before this task Force ever began their work. So I ended the letter, thank you for your service to the residents and taxpayers of historic San Marino. Now, I did post some information tonight on our Facebook page where we have over 900 followers, and I've reached over 285 people in the last hour with regards to this, with regards to my postings on this important issue. I just put a few other notes because I am speaking on behalf of several hundred people, if that's okay, to give me another 1 minute.
Sure, 1 minute, and we'd appreciate it. Thanks, because we have other people as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a hard time trusting the city government, especially public works, when we can't even get the crosswalks repainted for 3 months on Mission Street. I had to call the asphalt company, the contractor, myself, and ask some important questions. In my mind, the city should have had a plan before they purchased this property. It could have been a lease, and some of these important discussions could have happened before we already own it without a plan. I don't understand discussions on hotel ratings and catering kitchens. If we care about the future, we need to invest in fiscal responsibility. A remodeled interior is reasonable, but only after due diligence regarding commitments of the usage, confirmation of the income. I agree that we need to increase the functionality. However, the current library is not functional to our elderly, who have canes, walkers, and wheelchairs, and have a very difficult time getting into the library. I disagree with the idea that this particular San Marino Women's Club is obsolete, and it could have been easy to maintain, and we could have been creative with saving a lot of money for the taxpayer, but for some reason we haven't done that. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this important issue.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jagels.
You're welcome.
Ms. Merlot, do we have other comments? And my understanding is that there's a problem with Ms. Peck trying to get on, so she had sent a letter and asked that it be read. It went to council members, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so.
It generally support the idea of putting the refurbishing stone in Nottingham.
And I just forwarded it to you.
Oh, okay.
You're at your city clerk mailbox?
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to read that into the record.
I haven't received it just yet.
I will try again. Should I send it?
Why don't you send it to me also?
A. Merlot? How about that?
Yeah, I have both open right now.
See if you got, I don't know. Do you have any other comments while we're waiting for the email to come through?
I do not have any. I should note for the record, Ms. Jagels did send an email, but she read the letter that was in her email. And I do see another person requesting to speak on Zoom. So, Dr. Romani, if you'd like to speak, you can go ahead.
Yes, I would like to echo what everybody is saying, the great work that the group has done, the whole work, Mr. Book, the whole team is admirable, fantastic. There's one catch that we need to pay attention to. If we are going to use the center for things other than what we are using it now, that might cause a lot of usage, which reflects on the neighbors. And that's what Mrs. Peck and I were discussing. There is, like Mr. Bogut mentioned, there's a parking issue that has to be addressed. There is traffic and safety for children at the same time. So it is not a bad idea to have to ask for an environmental impact report to see if that might be, so we can use the centers in a safe way, not to overload it. And we still have Stoneman that we can still use for more functions. That's it. Excellent work. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Romani.
Madam Mayor, we're still having trouble getting that email. Did you guys have it yet? Do you want to try forwarding it to me also?
Another one on Zoom.
What if I can open it up for her to read?
Probably try sending it to me.
Did you get on the chat?
Yeah, I tried to. I don't know why it's not open.
Oh, she sent it.
You could just get her call through on the speaker next time.
Oh, that's it. Okay. You haven't gotten it yet? Any email?
No, I don't have it. I do have another speaker on Zoom if you'd like to. Oh, yeah.
Hi, Marilyn. No, I'm here at the meeting, so I want to know if you want me to put you on speaker and you could read your letter. But okay, you want me to put you on speaker? Okay. Should I do it here from this one, or do you want it over there? Is there any reason? Okay, go ahead, Marilyn.
Okay. Oh, well. All right. Each one of you did get my letter. Maybe we should put some money in the VA system.
Yeah, I just received the
You
letter.
sound like a Lou Gehrig story.
Ms. Marlowe just received the letter.
She got it.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, Marilyn.
Yeah.
Take her off speaker. We did get your letter, so Ms. Merlot, the acting city clerk, can read it into the record if that's okay with you, because we're having a lot of echo. Okay, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Do you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
You hear four of me, okay. I was very impressed. Well, I was 4 or 5 times impressed. I can't deliver my speech. I can't deliver what I wanted to say, but Ms. Merlot can read it in for me then. Let her read it then.
All right, thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Sorry about that. Here we go. Dear neighbors, some years ago I wrote to warn you about a proposed Sunday market at Huntington School. It would have brought noise, crowds, and parking problems to the surrounding area on Sunday mornings. We won that fight. Now a new, larger problem has arisen. As you may have heard, the city is about to renovate San Marino Center. We all can agree that it does need some refreshing, but the city isn't stopping there. On advice of city staff, the city council is about to approve a $4 million update and reconstruction in order to make it the city community center. The plan calls for scheduling programs and activities there from morning to night. This will add much more congestion to an area already filled with activities 24/7. The plan looks good on paper, but there doesn't seem to be any consideration for the surrounding neighbors. No thought has been given to us. None of the city staff or city council members live in the area, and they will not be affected by the increased activity and congestion. Our neighborhood is already overburdened with heavy traffic and parking problems from 2 schools, the library, the school district office, a church, tennis courts, much-used playing fields, and the San Marino Center, with only a few recreation classes taking place there now. There is no plan for more parking in the already overcrowded area. The additional traffic and congestion from the proposed community center will further spill over into the surrounding streets where we live, our streets. How much more are we supposed to take without speaking up? Enough is enough. What happened to all the surveys of our residents, meetings, and expensive architectural advice the city conducted at great time and expense? These all showed that people wanted Stoneman School to be our community center. It has space, adequate parking, and relieves our area of more traffic. It's a logical choice. We recognize that it will cost more to reconstruct and redo parts of Stoneman, but we are willing to wait because it is a better location for our community center. Some members of the city council would rather get whatever rent they can from Stoneman School instead of considering the quality of life for people living in the area surrounding all these buildings. It's just a matter of dollars and cents to them, not to us. Please ask your city council members to reconsider the ill-advised decision to make San Marino Center the community center and turning the surrounding streets into a community parking lot. The deciding meeting will be on September 9th at 6 p.m. I urge you to attend virtually and also to speak and give your opinions. Tell them what you think. Even before that meeting, right now, email your city council members. And she has listed the council members and their email addresses. From your neighbor, Marilyn Peck at 1570 Wembley Road.
Thank you, Ms. Merlo. Do we have any other Zoom or even more recent email comments?
Yes. Is it Linda Gutierrez?
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Gutierrez, if you'd like to go ahead and speak, you may.
Good evening. My name is Linda Gutierrez. Sorry, I'm not going to show my face. I just was in my poll. But I just want to totally concur with Marilyn Peck. I was exactly going to say those words. I do feel that we're spending $4 million to downgrade our recreation center. I don't know why we're doing construction right now. Construction is very high right now. We should really organize a timeline to do construction when the construction is down, not when it's up. And so I am very disappointed that that timeline wasn't put in place. I'm also disappointed in having just Mr. Rick Crane be the one doing, all the estimates, and I'm thinking he's going to do the work. There's other contractors that we could have looked at. I really would hate to think that, this work is really based on maybe some employees of the city's resumes, and to make it look good, I would hate to think that. I know I've called many friends of mine that work for the city, and they've told me that many jobs that are really high look good in the resumes of these employees. And the reason I'm bringing this up to the table is because I cannot understand to spend $4 million to do something to that center and not even have some report as to traffic. If I was building something in this house of mine here at Ridgeway or complain about traffic, for sure the city would be telling me there had to be some environmental or traffic report. So I expect then the city to have the same regulations. And I'm not happy about this at all. I'm wondering what's going to happen to Stoneman. We're going to downgrade this San Marino Center for $4 million, and then when you're going to sell Stoneman, and then where's that money going to go to the general account, and where's that money going to be spent? And it's just, it goes on and on. I'm just so disappointed with this whole entire project. Very disappointed. I am sure that the residents 10, 20 years ago, this would never happen. Never would happen. So I think they have a lot more value on the residents' opinions than right now. I'm very disappointed with Dr. Marlowe. I really am. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments?
As a reminder, if you'd like to speak on Zoom, if you could please use the raise hand feature.
I saw something go up on the screen.
Ms. Batnich, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think that there was, a lot of there was a lot of community input in this. I'm just questioning how much information the community had to make their input. I think it would help if both the task force and city council and all the decision-making bodies would have had numbers in front of them. What can we do for $1 million? What can we do for $2 million? What do we get for $4 million? What are the comparisons between, we were given choices between, hey, do you want Spanish or do you want to keep it the way it is? But without any reference points, without any professional cost estimates. I think that that's what's been missing from this process. And, you know, and otherwise, you know, obviously the task force has done a great job in coming together and studying the issues, but without real numbers and a real idea of what this will cost, we're kind of just dreaming and making up, yeah, sure, this sounds like this design would be good. Is that design going to be 1 million? Is it going to be 4 million? I don't think anybody knows yet, and I think that that should be part of the decision-making process. I believe that all residents would agree that without some real numbers in front of us, it's very hard to give input on this. But I do want to thank everybody who has been involved, giving input, the entire community, the task force, the council, staff, for obviously putting a lot into this. And I hope that residents and city council can be better informed by better cost estimates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doing another check to see if anybody's out there?
Of course, the mouse is giving me problem.
Of course.
One moment.
No worries. If you are interested in making a comment via Zoom, then you can do raise your hand. And we do have I was just thinking, we do have that audio feature. How does that work? If Marilyn wanted to call up, I know we heard the letter. Is there a phone number? How does that?
There's a phone number with the meeting information on the agenda as well that can be used.
I do not see any other raised hands on Zoom. Do not have anything in the chat box, and I did receive an email from Dr. Ramani, but it looks like he was also trying to forward Marilyn's comments.
Thank you.
I do not see any other requests to participate on Zoom.
All right, then we'll close the public comment.
Somebody's time is up.
Somebody's time's up long ago. That's okay. I did want to open it up. I think that council members also still had questions, not necessarily directly for the task force, but questions generally that either, I think Crane is with us, as well as Director Throne and Director Cervantes, who can also help some of the questions that maybe we still have regarding these options before we actually go to decision making for some of us who haven't been as intimately involved with the task force. So that would help. And so, I mean, obviously everybody can take the opportunity, but I know that there was a request to have our questions as well for staff or the architect. So I don't know who would like to start. Councilmember Wong?
Yes, I have a question for the estimate. Can somebody tell me what specialties are in the estimate?
You're asking about specialties? The specialties line?
Yes.
Yeah, if I might, Councilmember, I would like to direct that to Rick Crane, who should be on our Zoom link. As the architect, he's intimately familiar with all of the different specifications.
So I can answer that. My name is Rick Crane, Principal Architect at Crane Architectural Group. The line item specialty in the probable cost estimates include items that are for use in the restroom areas, toilet partitions, equipment, etc. Some of the items that will be used for the partition systems are included in that category as well.
And how many doors and windows do we have here?
Oh, I'd have to count those up. I don't know how many doors and windows.
And
I mean, those are shown on the floor plans. If you give me minutes, I can tell you that.
All right. And another question is inspection fee. Do we pay that to our building and planning department?
No, Councilmember, that would be a private inspection firm that we would have on site full-time to perform building inspection. And then we would also have our own building inspectors come in and do their code inspection. And this would also include any specialty inspection that may need to be done based on the construction that would be going on here in the building.
All right, yes, so please get back to me on the doors and windows when available. I don't have any questions for now.
Can I just ask you a question? Are these public information? I know the task force, cost estimates.
They are
posted to
available
our
as,
website?
I don't think we have them uploaded to the website today, but it is public information. It just came in too late.
Can I ask another question? So is this estimate very conservative, or is it going to be more when we go out for bidding?
Maybe Mr. Crane can answer that for the council member.
Yeah, because when we did the priority initiatives, when we said that we want to update Seminole Center, I wasn't expecting something of 5.2 million. I mean, we were talking about 4 million last time, now it's up to 5.2, so it's just going up.
So these are planning level order of magnitude probable estimates for construction. And as you go through and start winnowing the details, you start to get a tighter and tighter estimate. A lot of the improvements that have to be made to this building are ADA related, and that's all factored into each of the different specification sections that you see in front of you.
Do you have any other questions
No.
about
Just waiting for him to get back to me on that.
Okay. Or the plans itself?
No.
Yeah, I'm working on the count right now, the doors and windows. Bear with me a few minutes. If we could go back to Councilman's question in 1 second.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move forward and come back to that, all right? And Councilmember Jacobowski, do you have any questions on the core?
Too many, thank you. And if we feel that we want to break this out into segments, I'm fine with that, but I'll start and I'll keep going until. First of all, I'd like to say to Mr. Crane, I really appreciate on the plans having the call-outs detailed in a lay type of way. Those of us who don't work in the field really have things spelled out well, so that's appreciated. To the task force, you threw me for a loop because I wasn't paying much attention to the Spanish, knowing for sure you were going to go with the renovation of what is. So I deeply want to honor and respect the full process that you referenced. It's not just you, it's your interpretation of the full community. So I'd like to just make a few comments on this, and it is my personal wish that we have you as a group through this entire process, because your collective speak is so important. Professionals in the field, non-professionals, every thought and opinion is so helpful and they count. And looking at the north elevation, so that would be on scheme number 2. And again, this is just a personal comment, and if it goes further, that's fine, and if not. With the renovation of the existing, it felt more balanced to me. In looking at the revised Spanish revival, I'm not feeling that same sense of balance, and I think that there was, I listened to probably 3/4 of the public meetings that were held where you received input. And talking about the roof, if we're going to be going with Spanish Revival, it feels like the gable isn't necessarily serving it well. And I think we even had an early comment about perhaps doing a hip roof. I know we're talking cost, but it seems to lend itself to the flow that would go with what is next door, along with some of the window shapes. Yes, it would take more money, but to echo Mr. Domeyer, I think it's important to do it right. And I just am so confident that with this group, if we were to take a little further look at it and toss some creative things around, it might be able to have a little more, I guess, character would be the term that I would use. To move to the interior, excuse me while I absolutely love the detail to which you called items out, and that's listed in your report. I'm sorry, flipping around here. The sound deadening technology, the lighting, the solar panels, the water stations, the water fountains, the fireside room. I think that if I spent quite a time just reading this, I can imagine how much work has been put in at this point. There's a few questions that I have. For example, putting mirrors in what is now the fireside room. That feels a little bit off to me. And the fireplace itself, just because of its age, I would hope that that would get a freshening up. Anyone with an older home knows that a fireplace really needs to be spiffed up after a while. I really like the flow as we're coming in the lobby so that restrooms can be accessed from all different areas. I have a question. The office that is currently there, I believe when you were referencing another small meeting room, is that where the chamber office currently is? Yes. And has there been any communication at this point with the chamber?
No. The discussion that we had with the task force was that if that was their recommendation, then we would, and you accepted it, we would engage in conversation with them.
And then the other thing, this wall behind us, obviously, in giving everything a fresh look, it might have some interesting finish that could be not overly expensive, that could be applied in giving this place the, the Courtyard by Marriott look. Obviously, if we were to take your recommendation and go with the kitchen that you're proposing, that is what is currently in the plans, is it? It feels like it has quite a bit still inside there. So to ask some questions for further information, items such as a fryer, let's see, one microwave only might be a problem if we've got multiple groups here at a time. The ice maker, that would probably, again, need to be large enough to go to, should there be maximum capacity within the building. Freezer, refrigerator. I think just a little more thought, unless you are maxing out the number of folk who would be eating here at any one time with the use of the kitchen. I think that just might need a little bit further detail work to be done, but it certainly isn't a big deal. As I said, I love the addition of the water fountains. Great idea in having that back restroom. And as I understand it, the back patio isn't fully detailed out at this point, but I'm understanding that there's many exciting options for that. And again, that's why we don't want you to go anywhere. I like the idea of the intimate use in that front room. And is Chief Rueda still here? I can't see him there. So with the capacity that we were talking about for each room, we're totally set with fire on that. Chief Rueda.
We would actually, the fire department would work with the planning and building department to establish occupant loads for the various rooms based on their use.
Okay, so then that would be a varying number, say, for this room, if it were partitioned off for dining versus a meeting versus a lecture.
Fixed seating, loose seating, a concert, all use a different occupant load.
Okay.
So that would be something we would work together on.
Thank you. Thank you. I also liked Ms. Giles' suggestion of starting to, or to consider looking and working with an estimator. That might help in some of the detail work that you would like to consider. Could someone tell me tonight the approximate percentage, this might be either Mr. Crane or Director Throne, what percentage of the project feels like it would be ADA cost?
I've had a discussion with the architect on that, and it's about 65% of the cost of the project.
Okay, so if we were to, not discrediting this work, but if we were to go forward and we were to say, no, we're just going to do what we have to do right now to bring it up to code, you're saying it would then be 65% of what our estimate is?
That's correct.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, I think further study does need to be done on the traffic. As many of you know, the parking spaces that we currently have paid a fee to the school district for are more recent, and I know Councilmember Talt and Vice Mayor Udi were part of that negotiation for those 48 spots. So to see if something further could be done would be helpful. And other than that, I think my biggest concern at this point, I love the interior. I love the creativity with the use of space. I'm excited to what those outdoor areas could be. I like the idea of tying the landscape. I know we have a bit of a grade between the two buildings. That might be a bit of a challenge and may take some creativity. That's nothing that can't be overcome. But again, I think getting more into the weeds with cost as we fine tune it will be helpful. And I think I've covered most of my concerns. And yes, my biggest concern is, since this is more of a, what would be a ranch style Spanish revival, I think there could be a better tie-in with the design to better reflect that. I don't think we're there yet. And I fully respect the wish of the group to go in that direction, but I think with the collaboration we've had thus far, I think it could become even better. Those are my questions for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Talt, did you have any questions?
Just in looking at the two schemes, wanted to, when I take a look at them as Councilmember Jankowski just did, really the structure doesn't change that much. I'm just wondering about in scheme 2, there is an archway out, I guess, to the on the north elevation, somewhat close to the left side. I'm wondering if eventually there might be a better way to do that. Yeah, I'm getting an agreement from them. That's my only question. Actually, I have one more. The roofing. Where is we're going to need a new roof regardless. Where might I find the difference in cost in the roofing material on the estimates?
I think we'd like to have Mr. Crane answer that. I think he'll probably say something along the lines of the cost of the roofing is spread out among some of the different specification sections, because some of it's in thermal and moisture protection, and there probably would be some of it in wood and plastics and metals, but I think he's the...
Oh, okay, I mean, that's sufficient for me, but it is... there is a distinction, obviously, between what would be a tile roof and a fake wood shake roof, which now we're kind of required to have. But I just wanted to make sure that it's covered in there. But I love the design of the inside, the interior, as laid out by the task force, and just have a question, and I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but do it nicely, the task force will remain involved to take a look at these type of issues that I raised. We're just going with not just a scheme, but a theme for the exterior. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, well, before we go to Vice Mayor, Councilmember Wong, did you have more questions? Or?
No, thank you.
And I don't know if we had a response from the architect regarding your first question.
I have those counts now. There's 12 windows and there's 44 doors.
I see. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, before you get one detail on the back, to the back open patio on the south side. It's, I believe you call it out as item 23, and it's a new folding window wall system. And that is to replace the windows that are here now in your count? Are you aware of that?
That is correct.
Okay. And but I don't know if the task force focused on that. But Councilmember, Vice Mayor Udi, I apologize. I'm going to go too far down.
Director Throne, what would trigger the need for environmental impact report or traffic study?
Well, what would trigger it is me looking to my colleague over here, and he would tell me, as I'm not allowed to practice his profession.
I think certainly a tear down and replacement of the building could trigger an EIR. Environmental Impact Report is what it stands for, because the Environmental Impact Report would evaluate, as Ms. Jacobs mentioned, the requirement for recycling of construction debris and materials, traffic mitigation measures. It would look at, of course, any other kind of mitigation measures to noise, pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, that sort of thing. And again, that's with a tear down of the building. Here we're talking about a renovation of the building. As most of you are aware, we did the same type of renovation to the City Hall, of course, with a much narrowed scope of work with that respect. And we did not do an EIR for that project. It was, if anything, we did do CEQA with respect to the process, And there's various technical terms that I won't bore you with at this moment with respect to what CEQA means in terms of how to adopt that and make that a requirement. But here, being that this is a renovation project, we'll be likely looking at either categorical exemption of the project, and we can dive into the book of CEQA in terms of what that means, or we can look at what we call it also a negative declaration, which is assuming a less than significant impact of the project.
Thank you. No other questions?
All right. As far as questions, I did have some regarding the plans. I don't know whether that's for Crane or Task Force in part, but following up on their comments, and we had a discussion with the Vice Mayor, City Manager, and the Director Cervantes and Director Throne about some of my concerns that focused on the disabled parking that are presently in the plans, including 4 van accessible spots behind the building, as opposed to what I think our community needs. Instead of having such large space for the van, multiple van, is reducing that number and making sure we have individual cars, which would then hopefully allow us to have more of those directly accessible behind the building. And even I spoke of, we have to consider then, once we do that, if we use that space that's in this, I'm going to say, whichever, the overhead of the entire structure, right, and it puts it behind the building, we also need to then have, from whatever we do put there, a direct right of travel. There's a certain lingo that's required, meaning to get those people from those parking, the van and the new additional, get them directly into the building. I don't think it's legal to have them go around to then the west side and have to travel through the parking lot itself, and I don't see the ramp. So I do want to encourage, in another reiteration, with our architect and our task force to really try to figure out a front entry that's a dedicated, better use, perhaps right out of, if we are going to go forward, and Director Throne, and we just spoke about the optional passenger drop-off, have an ADA ramp there that lets people directly into the building. But definitely, even if that's not possible, definitely those disabled parking spots need to have a direct line of access to the back of the building. That doesn't put them through the kitchen or anything. So that's a large concern of mine. And I don't know if you've have any further information for me about that in the community, about how you could achieve more disabled parking, even cutting perhaps that loading zone down and putting something there as well. But I don't know if you spoke with that in the task force, or Director Cervantes, if you've had any additional discussions with our architect. But I really think that's at the forefront of updating this. That's obviously one of the main reasons we're spending any money, in my mind, is to make this usable for all of our community members. And so I wanted to know if you have, I know it was just Tuesday, so I don't know if you've had time, or if the task force spoke about that last night.
It is one of those topics that's ongoing in discussion, as was mentioned in the presentations. And we hadn't had the opportunity of talking with Rick Crane in terms of what we've been thinking in terms of the ADA parking. And so we still need time to explore that. One of the other options that I just looked at is so that the connectivity that we talked about with respect between the library and the center, where, as you know, there is a parking lot for the library with ADA parking spaces there now. And so if there's an opportunity to develop a path of travel from those spots that lead to this property, that can be a certain option to look at, just to add more opportunities. Not that that's a finite decision, but it's certainly something we can look at.
Okay. Well, you do have a proposed ADA parking at the rear, and so that's something that we need what did you call it? A line of travel?
A path of travel.
Path of travel. Someday I'll get the terminology down, and I'll be off council by then, so you won't have to hear me mutter through it. But so that would be something that would be a focus, and I'd appreciate it if the task force really took a look at maximizing that area and that parking. Because the existing building, we are limited, and as you all know, we have not yet, something that people haven't brought up here is, we haven't even been post-COVID in the sense the Huntington Middle School gym with their evening, weekend, club teams, workout room, we haven't even felt the burden, the community hasn't felt the burden with that increase of parking that's going to be on all those times where we think we'll finally have access to 48 shared spaces. We are going to have to really consider that when that is in full use, and I expect that to grow a lot in terms of the amount of people who will be visiting the middle school gym for various activities, in addition to the library, in addition to here. So I don't think there's any time where, unless I'm mistaken, I don't know what the maximum capacity of the Huntington Middle School gym, but I would appreciate it if we could take that into account and consider what did they build it for when it's being used as they hope it to be post-COVID. How is that influencing? How many people, what's the capacity of that, and where are the parking concerns? Because that also feeds into this space, obviously, and we do get down to that parking crunch and then overflow onto residential streets, which happens even sometimes now with Chinese school, et cetera, even events on a regular basis here. So this is a very, and I take those concerns of the community seriously, and I'm hoping more thought is about the parking and how it all does. If there is, as Councilmember Jacobowski, if there is a professional survey person, would be a well-spent amount of money that I would like to see to figure out what is going to be the best use and what we can do for the capacity of this building so it doesn't spill over into our residential areas and doesn't impact them even when all these 3 buildings are in use on some Saturday or Sunday or Wednesday night or city club night, etc. So parking is a big thing, and I'm hoping you guys can provide more information about that and answer questions about that. As well, I had a question about, this is a big picture question. My understanding of the library itself is that it's not Spanish. It's not really Spanish revival. It's actually international. It's in the style of Irving Guild, which I understand being involved in the library process just a little bit at the beginning. It's meant to be a postmodern building. So it has very clean lines. It is very minimal design. It has a certain aesthetic that's not really Spanish. So I agree with the recommendation. We don't really need to add more stucco and make this that deep Spanish building. But with that in mind, I think the traditional building that we have here is a better match than trying to make this into a Spanish revival. Because again, as council member,
If they said it, make it look like a library. They did not define Spanish revival.
okay, and so the plans that we have here, the proposal that we got, does seem to be sort of with the arch and with the roof and with some of the design details of I'm trying to get to it. The arches on the back that were added, the arch on the front randomly added, the wall that was then added to copy the wall on the back of the library in both the front and the back. To me, those don't make this merge, let's say, with the style of the library, because you can even see it on the, sorry this is big, but you guys are familiar with it enough. When you look at this, right, which is the part of the library, and then you look over here, these don't look like they merge or marry or complement each other at all, still. You know, so I'm hoping that if the council feels like that's a direction and agrees with the task force, which would not be my first choice, but that a lot is done to clean that up so that it's not like it is here. And we do a better job of reflecting what that library looks like, which is very clean and understated elegant, which I think is the goal. And I think that you...
That's what the recommendation is, make it look like a library. And the bullets are important to make it look like it might be unit.
Okay. So my question is, I know that Jennifer and Ray are familiar a lot with the architectural, and you have other people there as well who are big Calvin and John, a lot of people there. Have you made specific comments, and because I'm not a part of this, so to our current architect about the changes that need to be made to the facade that's been suggested for the library cohesive plan, let's say, option?
And that's what the recommendations are.
But I don't see that here, and this was done.
But the recommendations have gone to the architect today. That is not reflected in those drawings. Those drawings were looked at for the task force to arrive at the recommendations. And this document is what the recommendations are, to give the staff to go work with the architect to try to incorporate those into the next iteration.
Right. And you're talking a big picture, and it also said Spanish Revival, and in my mind, it's not Spanish Revival.
But the words are, make it look like the library. And in brackets, Spanish Revival, that was the term that we had heard. In the first bullet, it's important to make the center and the library look like they belong together. Same window treatment as the library. And I think we just need to let staff go to work with the architect to see what the next iteration is.
Okay, because in there it says, like the library, parentheses, Spanish Revival, end of paren. So to me, it's not a Spanish Revival, and that's a incorrect conclusion.
I think, if we stay away from naming it, and I'm fully confident that I have got so much faith in this group, they will read it to be what the flow should be, because these are residents who are totally aware of its presence on Huntington Drive, of how the two buildings need to come together. This is the best representation of our city, better so, if I might say, than the five of us, because they have gone deeper into this and they have varied backgrounds, and they have communicated with our department heads and the architect, and I think we have a starting point, and let's see what they can take back to that group.
Okay, I'm just going to ask questions and dialogue with them, and then everybody can add in, because I let everybody else have their time. No, it's not just you. I got Ken and Steve talking to me too. So, not you? I thought you just said something.
No, I didn't.
I thought you did.
I've learned my lesson.
But I wanted to hear, Jennifer and Ray, I hope that whether you've had a dialogue with the architect as part very specifically about the outside design elements, or where things stand now.
We didn't have that opportunity yet, because we received the plan.
Raymond, can you just wait till you get the microphone so our viewers at home can hear you?
The task force didn't have the opportunity to have a direct conversation with the architect. We only had one, and he joined us for a very short time. And so we collectively talked about
How it should look like.
So what the consensus was that we all agree that
The building after the remodeling should look very much like the library.
as far as the style, the fit, the architecture details. I think we went. Is it okay now? So I think moving forward, recommendation, the architect should understand what the task force do, and I think with that recommendation, naming
Particular style.
at this point, that is not the style that he was calling it, even next door, and same.
Looking at the design drawing also.
Isn't quite what we were looking at a particular style name. You enjoying, just add a couple of circular roof and circular openings and change the tile roof. I don't think he has gotten enough detail into it yet. But looking at some of the features, he's borrowing a lot of the architecture features next door into his quote-unquote Spanish design. And I think he started to go into that direction. And I think the task force liked that direction. And that's how we make that recommendation to have him further expand in that direction.
All right, thank you.
That's all we got.
Okay. And I had some other interior comments, and I don't know whether to address them now or we'll do that during discussion, or what the best way is to communicate this to the group and or our architect.
I believe that the way you progress through questions and discussion is at your pleasure.
We can have it as, I think that the best way to do it in a logical way is to also, at some point, we need to have a discussion and reach conclusions as to each one of these items, perhaps in the order that the task force made recommendations as well. And some of my comments are fairly small about location of partitions and things like that. So I don't want to waste everybody's time necessarily, but I want them to be incorporated or considered by in the next step. So I can perhaps meet with somebody on the task force or do it that way.
I'd like to hear.
Okay, I will try to make the big comments. I had a question about the relocation of the kitchen, because right now we have the kitchen there, and aside from the ease of getting food on a cart from a caterer, I do not understand and think it would be more costly when you consider the drains, the plumbing, the electrical, etc. I know we need new fixtures and new treatments, even for a catering kitchen, not going to a cooking kitchen perhaps, but to change the location, has that been considered, to leave the kitchen where it is and essentially updo, make it up to date, as opposed to move it, start with all the new plumbing, draining, electrical, significant amount of work, and actually that's taking up, in my mind, the more valuable space of a potential patio in the back, and the more valuable space of, again, the parking issue, because I don't think the covered patio off of Huntington Drive will, because of noise and dust and dirt, would ever get as useful as maximizing the backside and tying that to the library as the task force has outlined. So that's an area to me that's extremely valuable if we're going to be thinking about outdoor spaces, both for parking and for a covered patio that people would enjoy being on. And so up here, so taking some of that up with a big new kitchen and all the requisite things, to me, in my mind, is a significant additional cost in plumbing and setting that up, as opposed to putting the kitchen back here, leaving the kitchen where it is and improving it, perhaps cutting it to include some of that office space that we want to get for the rec department. But if we have have we considered if you have the San Marino Chamber office and other office spaces, how that could be better utilized and leave the kitchen where it is? And so I don't know, that's a question, obviously, I don't know if you dealt with it, but would that be something you could consider in the future, working with the architect and figure that out? Because I think that would save money and be more logical perhaps. The other, in this plan, we have this fireside room being divided, and I don't think, because it's small, that would ever be useful. I also don't think having, and I don't see it here even I just see some sinks. I don't think cutting into this room, excuse me, and dividing it really makes this room any better. I think it's the dividing of that area, perhaps making half of that even as a stage. I like the idea of the back. making that potentially a room that could be utilized, and then having the fireside room as it is. I think that is a lot of spaces. And then if you have a good outdoor space, then you really have an outdoor classroom, an outdoor, meeting place, an outdoor something. I think that is more than enough for what the community would like, as having, again, that number of people here. When that's maxed out, it would be plenty. So I'm not so concerned about some of this subdividing. And the last rethinking sort of is that the back of this room, we have the storage, we have a janitor, we have washing, we have a hall to another storage, right? So that's going to cut in right by this window. That window will disappear, and all that's going to be part of a new hallway and things. So it's going to make this room smaller, so therefore maybe less attractive for group meeting, because this is really the one place in town, for example, during COVID, heaven forbid we should ever need to have socially distanced or space. I think we do need to really maximize at least one of the rooms in town, because often we have the bathroom, as you know, that's can't handle the capacity that we need as it is. So I would encourage the rethinking of this storage, janitor, choppiness, more storage, a hallway and sinks all along here, to not take out that 250 whatever feet. I have no idea about distances, so, but not eliminate square footage from this, and try to think harder about putting it somewhere in another location and utilizing the chamber office space and things like that to make it better. I also thought part of our plan was to have the men's and women's bathroom open to the lobby, because then everybody can get to the lobby and everybody can use it. Well, the men's is...
Women's is to the hall.
Right, the women's is to this room, or a new hall that takes up all that space. So again, I think that needs to be reconsidered, and put both doors on the lobby so everybody knows where the restrooms are. They walk by them and they can get to them, and they're ADA accessible. And so this needs rethinking in my mind as well. So those are some of my thoughts, initial thoughts on the plan that I didn't have a chance to dialogue with you, task force, or the architect, but I'm hoping they can be considered for the next iteration of this, as we're dealing with some of the details and we're getting down to a final. But my thought is, those would make the space more useful, and still have those rooms and the sinks in that area for smaller and larger, but to try to really keep this as it is, and think about using that back as a really great outdoor space, and not waste time or money trying to add more in front, which would just close it in and not serve a purpose, I guess is my thought about the schematics and what I've heard just today and getting your report this afternoon. So I appreciate that. And I'd like to proceed with a discussion about each of the points so I can get some thought from our council members and decisions about the various big picture elements that we want to give direction on. And I don't know if anybody else had any questions, specifics after some of the things that each other have said. I'd like it to be a discussion that we're having, because this is really our opportunity to do so. So the first recommendation is that we design this to be like the library. And so I wanted everybody to weigh in on that decision and see. I know that in my mind we've still heard mostly no from the community, but that's my impression from sitting through and reading the letters that we've got. And also, there are cost considerations that we need to take into account, even though I understand from Crane the change estimated at this time, the project to do the remodel, which is refresh the exterior and make the necessary changes on the interior. The total project cost is estimated at $4.8 million. And that is in addition to, that includes the architectural fees that we've spent, or we committed to in the contract. And then the probable cost estimate for the what's called the Spanish style exterior here is 5.24. And so there's not a significant difference, and that does not include the extra $450 for the stucco recessed, doing an additional trim sort of work to make it a more Spanish looking. But so with that difference in mind, I think the public also is even now, we've budgeted $4 million, and even that seemed to get a lot of negative comments. So I do think that the cost needs to be, we have to be transparent about that and share that with the community as we go through this. And also, I appreciate, I don't remember if it was, I think it was a task force as well that recommended, and Councilmember Jacobowski, a cost estimate, getting it done by an independent or another source, so we can actually get a good idea of hard numbers before we...
They can play with component pieces based on what the shopping cost.
Okay. So I would like to see that go forward, and I don't know whether we need a motion to do so, because it would be an additional expense.
That would be additional part of staff's direction as to how you'd like to proceed with the design.
So at what point would you envision having an estimator involved as the work is going back now to the task force, or as they start to narrow down? I'm just not sure what would be your recommendation.
Well, my thought is I would like to see another set of plans, because
I think the process here is it through the task force and with staff, we're providing feedback to the architect for the next iteration.
Right.
And the next iteration will come with the changes that are decided, and with a new cost estimate. And I believe Crane does have a professional estimator, and the estimate is a pretty good ballpark of what the cost would be, and you don't know what the final costs are, correct me if I'm wrong, until you go out to bid and receive the bids. So to spend more money to get an estimate that is directionally correct, I guess when it's directionally correct, I don't think it's worth that time or expense. So again, I think our decision tonight is to provide feedback through the task force with staff on what changes we might like to see for the next iteration.
and I think we need a professional estimate. I think we were off. We don't have a finished Lacey Park bathroom, and there's a lot of reasons, and one of those is cost. So I strongly believe, I've heard it from the task force, and I've heard it from other council member, at least one, that we need to get this professionally estimated by somebody who does this. It is something that would cost less than $10,000, probably $5,000. I've already know people in town who do this. It's not my, we will.
So we might want to take a break, it's 9:15, and absorb some things and stretch our legs a little bit, and then come back and let's just go through the list and make the decisions.
Okay, let's decide right now, do we want to get a cost estimate done by a professional? Are people on council supportive of doing that? Do you want to do a roll call? Give that direction, or you want me to make a motion?
Could I get a little clarification first? Vice Mayor had said that you, and I should ask Mr. Crane directly, you thought Mr. Crane was already working with an estimator, and...
I believe he has an estimator on staff that's been with him for years and has worked with projects.
Okay. So the question is, again, I think at what point, if we were to do that, and if the cost is that reasonable, it certainly makes sense.
Yes, it is a very small, minor thing, and I think there are professionals who do it, and my understanding is that architectural firms do it in-house based upon an annual published set of documents and estimates, and those vary greatly from reality, and now we're in COVID. And so anyway, I think that is money absolutely well spent, and we should have to be transparent with the community, because I don't know what the comfort level is for our community to spend this amount of money, and additional beyond $4 million that we've already budgeted, and that was.
May I provide a comment? Getting a cost estimate at this point, a new cost estimate.
No, not on this. This is before.
Oh, after they have an
After they-
opportunity to neck down the design and.
Right.
Well,
we go
I'm
ahead.
not ready to make that decision yet. I'm sorry, I'd like to know whether or not when they come back and we get more information, then we can decide whether or not we want a professional or an additional cost estimate. Let's get an estimate on that cost. Let's find out more about their probable cost estimate. We don't need to rush that piece right now until we get, because they have nothing to do until we get another design.
I agree. And so as part of getting the next design before it comes before us as a city council, I think that there needs to be, and that was the point at which I would like to get an independent party who estimates the cost for us. It would help us decide whether to go forward with it and what components we want to eliminate because they are too costly or not.
Are you making a motion?
You could make a motion, you could do a straw poll.
Okay, I'll do a straw poll. Do people feel like after the next iteration of drawings, we should get a independent cost estimate? Stephen?
Yes, for me.
Councilmember Watton.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski.
Susan.
Steve, Stephen, Susan.
It feels right, but building on what was said, I'd like to see what comes back first, and then at that point, it would make sense to probably go forward with that.
Councilmember Tall.
No, without prejudice.
Vice Mayor Udi.
I don't think it's necessary now.
And I do, so that's 3.
I just want to be clear. Councilmember Jacobowski, I think, are you the 3?
I'm saying that after we get back what is being redone, and if we are feeling at that point that we're ready to start to get serious about numbers, yes, at that point.
Is there a budget limit on that that you want to?
So that's a definite maybe. Sounds like.
Not now.
Not now.
Well, I am in agreement that we're not going to do it now because we don't, too many things are in flux.
But even
both
when it-
from the task force and from our discussions, which we're just starting tonight. So,
But when the task force comes back with the next iteration, we may still feel we're not yet ready to get down in the weeds with the estimate. That's why I'm saying probably, but I think it's sort of premature. The concept makes sense, but I think it's just too early to finalize.
So I'm hearing a no at the moment.
At the moment, no.
That's the way I felt it. No, without prejudice.
Yeah, not at the moment, no.
all right. Should we take a, sorry, I need water. I'm out. Should we take a break? Okay, 10 minutes? 5. Everyone, we will call the meeting back to order and proceed with the discussion of council on the recommendations or the issues. I think that Vice Mayor Udi offered to facilitate our decision-making now since he's already familiar.
I know the weeds fairly well, and if you agree that our end in mind is to respond to the task force recommendations and give them guidance and directions, work with and through staff and the architect to come back with the next iteration. If that's our end in mind, then what I do is I think I'll just kind of go row by row and summarize the discussion of the task force in their recommendation, and then lead the discussion with council.
Oh, you don't need to summarize it. I think we have heard.
Okay, then. But some of the bullet points are important, so I'll summarize then.
On the exterior, the recommendation is to make this building look as much like the library as possible. The bullets are, it's important to make this center look like the library so they belong together, same window treatment. The library's entrance is on the south, so it makes sense to make the south side of this building also look good. Consider connecting the courtyard between this building and the library. If not in this phase, consider it for a future phase. It was Jennifer's point about the archway that's on the north side.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
As you're going through these, would it serve a purpose? And I don't know, you know better how the group operates than I do. For some of those things to have them in phase 2, phase 3, or just use the term future?
Maybe a direction of the task force would be to get costs of what these different elements might look like, so that we can decide if we go forward, if we want to push them into a phase 1 or...
Because we know some of them can't be one, we're up there, and we still want them.
I think the phase 2 consideration was around connecting the two courtyards and merging the space.
Any of that kind of stuff would be helpful for us to look at when it comes back in the recommendation would be.
And then the comment that an overall goal is with this one building, with the library, would make one great complex. So then I guess for the council's discussion, does that recommendation direction seem appropriate? What are your thoughts?
Councilmember Tall, or I'm sorry, Tall, no.
I'm sorry.
Are you in agreement with all those recommendations?
Well, I don't know if I'm in agreement with all the recommendation. However, after considerable thought, when I came into this with the idea that we should just keep the outside the same, the exterior the same. However, after reviewing the comments and listening to the task force and how they went through it, I am in agreement that we should make it look like the library in our next iteration. And I am concerned about the cost, believe me, but I do believe that we'll have an opportunity to neck some of that down with some of the changes that are ultimately made during the design process.
Councilmember Wong?
Well, within the
exterior?
Okay, exterior. Actually, I'd like to keep it the same, but I want to thank the task force for your effort and time. But personally, because when I campaigned, I promised to preserve San Marino. So I wouldn't want to see too much change. I mean, I don't know who did it 20 years ago when they tore down the old library and changed to the new present look. But and also, I just walked outside right now. We have trees outside. You can't really see the exterior that clearly. So I prefer the mid-century look. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobowski.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I came into this with my thoughts, and that was before hearing this cohesive again group. And it's really important for me to respect where the group think is, because they have detailed rationale behind their decision making. So I am comfortable with all that's been said. I love the idea of one complex. I'm excited to see what that connector is going to look like visually, and there's still much more to be worked out on this, but yes.
Councilmember Tall already, Vice Mayor Udine?
Yeah, when I look at this on the financial decision, to me it's do you want to spend $5 million to upgrade this facility or not? And that's a bigger decision for me than the $400,000 between this style and making it look like the library. So if I get myself financially and emotionally over the $5 million investment in our future, then I want to make it look like one complex. I think that's a great idea, and spend the extra money to make it look like the library. And I also think that we want to continue to improve and beautify San Marino, and making this one complex would be, I think, a visionary step forward to accomplish that. So I would support the decision to make it look like a library.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I mean, this is all public information, so we keep on saying that it's 5 million, 5 million. So the bidding construction company, they would know that, you know, our target's 5 million. Last meeting was 4 million, but now it's 5 million. I'm just back. Anyway, thank you.
All right. I have to say I'm old school preservationist. I think this is a great building. I think the fact that it is done by Marion Varner, who was a resident, notable architect in Southern California, this is something that we should make an example of how to update it and keep it and preserve it and take what is wrong and was added and make it back to its original form. I believe that's also the cheaper way to go, and it would preserve the character of this area. I think when two thoughts about the design of the exterior itself, putting costs aside even, that when you have a bunch of new buildings in a community and newly refurbished buildings and they're all in a row, it starts to look like Irvine or Santa Clarita, and those are lovely places to live. In part, but what makes San Marino unique is that we don't have the same thing next door to the same thing. We're a community of custom buildings and custom homes. And if we have a preservationist mindset here on the council or in the community, then I think this is something that we could show what could be done very well to preserve that. And I think this is not, you know, a nothing architect. He's a recognized architect, and even more so. I think one of the letters, I knew that he was a resident here because somebody had sent me his home used to be on one of the streets, and when it was listed as designed by him, and it was his own, the architect's own home, and that was the selling point. They found that in the real estate records. And then today, Mr. Morris had sent in, or yesterday, part of our letters, that also his son was a graduate of San Marino High School. And so this is somebody who's an architect that San Marino should be proud of, and we're sitting in it. And I do want to call out, it's not a historic resource, but it is on our survey as a potential historic resource. And that was done by our professional consulting, not knowing that San Marino Center was going to be touched in any way, and they called it out as something that does have that potential. So in my mind, those are all things that go to keeping that original format. And I have also listened to a good 90%. I think I missed 2 of the meetings of the community. And in my mind, really, only 2 of them I thought lean toward the changing the style, matching the library, and now the task force does. So I appreciate that, but I don't think the majority of the community is there, and I certainly am not. And I think if we were going to do that, then we should have contacted the architecture firm that did the library. And so again, that decision was made not to do that, and now to try to have somebody do it in a limited, financially conservative, to me, doesn't make sense. So I think it should be a narrow scope of work, just like the remodel of City Hall, where we update the inside and fix the outside where it needs to be with a new roof and new stucco, and minimize the cost and preserve what's great. And I think that that's my concern, and I'm sorry, task force, just like I know that the library, people who are involved at the library would like to see a bigger library complex. But I think this is different, and the building's distinct, and we should honor the architecture and the history of San Marino by preserving its exterior.
Mayor, to your point, if it is historical, I agree with you. And I did not realize that it was potentially on the historical list in the survey. What is because I'm operating on the assumption that it's not historical. And I would like to flesh that out before I decide.
My understanding is it was. I don't know if it is at present or if it's been taken off, but it was listed in one of the iterations of the surveys that was online. It was called out when they were doing the initial, last year, 2019 to 2020. It It was one of the buildings that was specifically called out by our Historic Resources Group. Was that the name? I'm sorry. I may have the wrong, but the professionals that are doing this.
ARG, Architectural Resources Group, is who we talked to do the survey. They added that, they added this property to that list at the request of a resident. Not that it had been fully fleshed out as to whether it can qualify at all. That is what the consultant is working through now. They're looking through, of course, part of the stage of doing a survey is to get as many properties on the list as possible to red flag, and then to go through a process of looking at whether it can indeed qualify at all. I have not looked at an updated list, and of course I made my statements a couple of months ago as to some integrity issues with the building in terms of additions and renovations that have not kept up with the original design of the building. And so, that being said, the reason why it's on the list, I'm not sure whether it's on the list now because I haven't seen the updated list, but it's on the list because a resident requested it be on the list just to red flag it to allow our consultants to do a further evaluation of it, of this building. So, I have not done any research in my sort of limited studies that would identify this property as a historic resource. And of course, it's not listed on any register in terms of national, state, or local register. And so that in itself is a significant find, of course. And so that's, I hope that...
Well, in that, because I know that I recall hearing that the task force was also operating under the assumption that this was not a historical building. But now I'm getting information that perhaps that conclusion is incomplete. And if it's incomplete, then there's no reason we can't get that complete by our next Friday meeting and hold off this part of the decision. Because I don't think, if it's historical, I would be a hypocrite to say we should change it. And I'm not going to go there. If it's not historical, then I don't have the problem other than my concern with the cause. So I can't make a decision based upon assumption that I'm now hearing may be incomplete.
Well, the answer to the question is that the building is not historic. It's not a historic resource because what makes something a historic resource is being listed on the national, state, or local register, and that's not the case here. Now, with respect to whether it can qualify as a potential, whether one could consider this a potential historic resource, that of course has not been fully vetted. But we did, as I mentioned, bring out a couple of issues with respect to integrity issues. Like I mentioned, additions and certain renovations that have not kept up with the original style of the building. Those are significant issues with any building, whether it's historic or not. One of the things that I could certainly do tomorrow is contact our consultant or a vendor to see if they've done any research on this property specifically, and whether the property remains on the list or not.
I would appreciate that, and as a result, on this first issue, I will have to abstain, leaving it 2-2 until we get that further information, just on this issue. Because I don't want to risk sitting up here when someone comes with and challenges a historic building conclusion that we have staff in the city have made on a personal residence when we're not willing to take a look at it ourselves. My gut feeling is it's not historical. It's been around for a while, since the 50s. There's been changes made, but I want some confirmation from staff or whomever is who's handling this resource before I can make that decision. And I apologize because I know how important it is, but I also know that you guys were operating on the assumption that it was not historical. And I think to be clean, we ought to make that decision.
I think we all should wait to get that information.
Yeah.
Just pass on this item and move on. Make sense?
Well, what I would suggest is that we proceed with the exterior without the changes in this next reiteration, that we keep the exterior plain and come back and continue that as the option with ADA updates or whatever are the appropriate things that we have to do, and removing those additional things. And we have B, or maybe one, I'm not sure which is A, or which is 1, or which is the 2, and then the other one is this Spanish marriage with the library style, whatever we're calling that, international library. So I would think that my suggestion was that we would continue with both exterior facades, and those would be part of the cost estimate as well. That we don't choose one now, but we continue going forward, because one could stay almost as it is now, except for the changes that were, and one has much more, the one that is going to reflect better the style of the library, that's the one that actually is going to take a significant exterior design work, if you're with me. So I would like to see 2 proposals go forward, as is, and the library style being more heavily influenced with the task force remarks. I would like to see what that is. So I would like 2 exteriors to come forward to us in the next reiteration, and 1 inside or whatever, but yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just from a procedural standpoint, so you're aware, of course, we will do whatever you want us to do. If you want 2 plans to come back, we can send 2 plans back. I just want to be sure you have full information. A second round of design plans was not part of the original contract with Crane. So we did receive an excellent proposal from Rick Crane on these design plans. You appropriated $400,000. The contract only cost a little less than $350,000. So we do have money in there, and as long as the proposal to do this second round of designs falls in my authority, then I can just execute a separate agreement for that. I don't know, I shouldn't say it that way. I would imagine that 2 sets of new designs could probably cost more than 1, so just so you know.
It's probably not going to take that long to get the historic survey completed or get that answer. And there's going to be a lot of work for the task force and the architect to do on these other points. So we can just, I think, table and ignore the exterior until we get that information, because it won't take a couple weeks, I wouldn't expect.
I agree.
And I would, at that point, see, again, 2 different options, because based on the written survey, the majority did favor mimicking the library. So again, that would be the wish. However, if it is historic, we're back at a different point, and I respect everything you're saying. But if it's not historic, I would still like to honor with what we see in the survey and from the committee.
Actually, majority of the survey didn't choose match Kroll library. If you add the numbers together, the majority of people didn't choose. You know, I mean, the people who, I mean, if you add them together, that would be 114. That didn't choose match Kroll library.
And all we can do is go with what the 2 options are that we're looking at. We're looking at either renovating or matching, and of those 2, we are getting a majority for the Crowell Library, but if it's historic.
Right, and I don't think we have. I think we've had 19 meetings, and I think only 2 of them had people interested and at the task force in matching Kroll. And I think that means that there's 17 meetings, and the people associated with Planning Commission and Design Review who did not want to change the exterior. So the survey is one tool of 100 people in our community, or 200, and as well were all the meetings and the time that it's spent by the task force, as well as the community members who are also gave their comments in the 60, 50 that we've received by letter or otherwise that have all been against. I can't think of anybody who's written in and said, yes, let's change the exterior. So you could paint this any way you want, but you don't need to shape it. The numbers are what they are, and they represent those 200 people. And I think we've gotten 50, 60, 70 letters and public comments, and we've heard from people at meetings, and the task force has put in work. And it's our job to evaluate all those together. And so I'm just asking that we continue forward with the plain renovation leave it the same, and the stylized version. And I believe both those projects should go forward, and we need to weigh both those schematics, whether it's a potential historic resource, and we get a conclusion by one expert or not. Because I go back to Varner is an architect, he's lived here, this is his work, he's recognized, he's on the Pasadena Heritage Architect list. He is a person who designed this building. And the things that were added on are additions on the back and exterior plumbing and stuff. The facade is still the facade, and that's just like I would treat a house here if it was coming before us on city council as to whether there's a preservation issue and what is the treatment. So
Similarly, when I was on the planning commission with Raymond, we had one property by a renowned architect in town that was just ugly. It was not a representation. It was not a representation of his fine work, and it was unanimous that that was a tear down. So just because doesn't necessarily give it that historical perspective.
So let's just table this
Let's
part.
just table it,
Wait 3 weeks, get the information in to confirm, either to confirm what the mayor is saying, that it is indeed historical, or take that issue off the table.
Mayor, can we also have a survey on just 2 items? Restore 1950s or match Crow Library?
But we've already got our...
I think the cost, I would think that those are, we've heard from the public in a lot of different ways, and all those can be interpreted and taken in. And so I do have a concern because I did get complaints from community members, and I think it's on here about the cost of the brochure and the mailing and that type of thing. So again, every time we do something like that, I think the money, you know.
Can we just do it on the website? No?
It won't be statistically valid.
Right, and neither is the survey that was
Correct.
done.
No,
Yeah, I mean, it's only 209.
We've got a lot more on our agenda.
Yeah, I think we can just do it on the website.
That's why I would just
That
like to
hurts.
go forward with both of them.
And maybe we'll get more than 209.
And going forward with both proposals is going to waste money and effort when I do think it's a couple weeks away to get that answer back from the consultant, whether this can be deemed historical or not. And again, there's going to be enough brain work on some of these other recommendations that I think Mr. Crane's going to be fully.
Then my question would be, are we going to talk to, or is the person who's going to evaluate the structure, are they going to understand that we're going to remove the 1950s aluminum or 1970s aluminum louvered and some of the things that were not done properly and bring it back to its original form? Are they taking that into consideration, that would be, because that's what matters as to whether it's going to go back and can be reflective of the original design?
I move to table the discussion on the exterior for 3 weeks while we make a determination as to whether this building is indeed historical.
Second.
Councilmember Chop, are you comfortable adjusting that instead of 3 weeks to September 25th?
September 25th, yes.
Sorry. Roll call. Councilmember Wong.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski.
Yes.
Councilmember Tom.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moody.
Yes.
And Mayor Shepherd-Rami.
No. All right, next we have,
The next room is a fireside room, and the drawing had a divider to divide
are you skipping landscape?
I am, because it's kind of blended together with the outside. The architect had a partition that came across that room, and the task force looked at that and was recommending that we keep the fireside room a single room and make it a little bit more elegant than the rest of the facility.
Councilmember Tall.
I agree.
Councilmember Wong.
No comment, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobowski.
Agreed.
Vice Mayor Udi.
Yes.
And I would agree that it should not be divided.
So I will record that as a 4-0-1 with Councilmember Wong abstaining from that.
Aye.
5? Okay.
The next discussion, it was a good discussion, was about this big room here. The architect proposed 2 dividers. Part of the discussions also went in, should we create a permanent wall on the east side to make a smaller room there? And the recommendation coming away was to stay with the divider system that the architect recommended. So with the 2 dividers to create 3 rooms, and highlighting that soundproofing is going to be very, very important. So they'll look at the appropriate quality of dividers plus any treatments on the ceiling, walls, and floors.
So this, I just need clarification because it's different than what's on here. So it's essentially dividing where the first row from the task force and then further dividing that room.
It's what's on the plans.
And the plans also have a line down this room.
No, it's a line, but it's not it's a dimension. It's not a divider. The dividers, there are 2 dividers on this plan.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the room is going to be narrower. I mean, this distance, right? There's going to be a wall like right next to,
Where they're sitting, where the
yeah, right. So this room is not intact. It's actually going to be smaller.
I don't know if, we don't know what the task force said about that.
Is that right?
I think the way to think about it is the north-south dimension on the wall where the men's restroom is continues all the way over to the west. And that extra space becomes a hallway for it to come from the lobby and into this room. So yes, you lose a little bit of north-south footprint on this section of the building, but the architect's drawings and the task force recommendation is to keep this all still one big space and not put permanent walls up, but use 2 sliding dividers to create a larger room, a medium room, and a smaller room, or any combinations thereof.
All right, Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Wong?
No.
Councilmember Tall?
Yes, but I reserve my right to complain about it after it's done.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Yes.
And I'm going to say no because I don't like the idea of shortening this room at all.
But that's not the question. The question is with this room, dividers. If you want to have a discussion about the hallway, that's different.
Right, it's not on here, so now's my time to say, don't like the hallway. So I don't see another point because it's not on here.
It wasn't footnoted in there.
Why don't we add a section about the hallway then, rather than, confusing an issue?
But here it states that
I
Lee has
think you
one
have
big
a
room.
majority saying the divider's fine. So.
Okay. The next one was on the kitchen with the choices full commercial, large residential, catering, or no kitchen. And the recommendation is a catering kitchen.
Vice Mayor, are you skipping the quality of the room dividers?
Yes. Because we already talked about that in the point about. So the question for the group is, do we approve the recommendation to go from a semi-functional full kitchen to a catering kitchen?
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
In looking at a catering kitchen, is it possible to take the committee be tasked with, if we do vote to go with the catering, to look at the composition within it? Because I was talking about the items and how many people you may be serving at one time, and it would probably need more deliberate justification for the different items in the room. Is that a possibility?
Certainly.
Okay.
And also consider the location of the kitchen. Have them investigate that more fully, whether it makes sense to add a completely new one versus the location change. Okay. In favor of that, Councilmember Wong?
No, I'm against moving it. Thank you.
Right, but are you okay with
Catering?
the catering concept, and where the kitchen
Yes,
will
I'm
be,
okay. Yes,
putting
I'm-
that aside, but
yes, I'm okay
making
with
that a point for their consideration?
Yeah, I'm okay
Catering?
with the catering.
Okay. Councilmember Tall?
I concur with the catering.
Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Yes.
And I'm yes, but I agree that Councilmember Jacobowski brought up some good concerns about a bigger ice maker, et cetera, some of those things to consider. Thank you.
A big decision or recommendations around this stage, either go, full production, just a platform, remove it completely and use that space for ground level room, taking into consideration the amount of storage that's underneath the stage today. And surprisingly, it was going to cost an extra couple $100,000 to actually remove it. And there were also implications on ADA access, both from the back of the building and the front of the stage if it stays. And the recommendation from the task force is to keep it as a platform, not a full production stage, and take into consideration appropriate lighting, and also have the ability to make it a multi-purpose space by having considerations of a divider or slider that goes behind the curtain, so it would be kind of walled off and have some soundproofing between this room and what would be going on up on the platform. And that's why we highlighted the lighting, because the lighting for a council meeting up on the platform might be different than necessary lighting for a meeting room or a class up there.
I did have a question about the lighting, so I'm going to just throw this out before we go too far in voting. We do have that projection room there, which we're not, I don't think we're second floor eliminating. It's something. And I don't know if, I guess it's a light consultant or perhaps the experts on the task force can see if some spotlighting or stage lighting might be able to stay for whether it's a music or somebody is there to sing, or when we have Boy Scouts, Eagle Scout ceremony. I mean, we do have needs for stage in our community, a lot of different things. And so I don't want to completely, so I don't know the lighting and the platform versus a full stage. I don't know that distinction enough to be able to vote on this without dialoguing with the task force. And I never asked what,
if you want
you know what I'm
appropriate
saying?
spotlighting for the stage, then we just ask the task force to figure out how to do that. Because I think the vote here is you want to keep the stage or not.
Right.
And
But then I don't know when.
If you want to have those criteria, yes, keep the stage, but let's make sure it can be lit properly.
Okay. I just didn't know when we're going to, because one of the things you said was about the stage versus platform, and I just got lost because I don't know what that means. So I would, that's why I'm putting the lighting in the stage, because I do think it would be useful for ceremonies.
Yep. Yep.
So I don't know what you call it, other than a stage.
It's the directions they're going to get, so.
Yeah, because they see they have lighting up there, now that's probably outdated.
Right, that's I don't know why.
It's a huge rat trap, I'm not sure.
Maybe it's those are the mosquito we can only hope. But so I would like to keep it an operable stage, and I don't know what that is. So
That's what their recommendation is.
Right.
In addition to making it a multi-purpose space.
And then the idea of putting something, I think that Ray presented as making it an optional so we could use the space.
And the second bullet is, if the stage were to remain, make sure the lighting works for both stage and meeting space.
Got it covered. Okay, in favor, Councilmember Talt, or opposed?
I'm in favor.
Councilmember Wong.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Udi.
Yes.
And I am as well. Thank you.
The next element was the office that's currently used by the Chamber of Commerce, to give the Chamber of Commerce the opportunity to move so that we get a smaller meeting room or a conference room that the community can use.
May I also offer, Mayor, sorry, I don't mean to jump into your discussion, but this would just mean relocating them out of the San Marino Center if you agree to that. This does not make any determination on whether we would find them a space somewhere else, whether they would have to find their own. This isn't that decision. That decision would be brought to you as a separate matter that has nothing to do with the San Marino Center.
Well, and I guess that's a good point, because I think it's important to support our chamber, It's just whether we could offer them space somewhere else in another city facility or arrange something that could accommodate their needs and allow that to be utilized as, I would think, even office space for rec and take some of the middle cluster away, but whatever is the ultimate design decision.
That's what I mean, is that if your direction is to take it out of the San Marino Center, then I think we understand that that means we need to have another discussion with you about the rest of what that means that's, you know, the task force isn't involved in and it's really a
We're
discussion.
thinking of dividing your office into two.
That's good, I've been trying to get Aldo to put a Starbucks in my office, but it just keeps happening.
Across the street and in Boston?
No, it's like, this Huntington's wide.
All right, so voting on approaching, or how did you say it?
Eminent domain.
Relocating the Chamber of Commerce office out of the San Marino Center. How about that? Who did I, Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes?
Councilmember Wong?
Yes.
Councilmember Tall?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as long as we do find other space for them. But it could be better utilized here to do better design.
I'm looking at the technology line, and I think the recommendation of the task force is just to make sure that we get good technology with, you know, audiovisual and Wi-Fi and a PA system and projectors and such, so that each room can be appropriately used.
I think. Okay. Do we need to have a direction on that, or anybody opposed to that idea? Seeing none?
And there was no recommendation around parking, but we did talk about it a lot, so we got to keep, you know, thinking about the parking. Obviously, make sure that the total facility is ADA accessible and senior friendly. And then on the fixtures, furnishings, and equipment, you know, again, we wanted, if you go good, better, best, we just use the analogy of the hotels, that we want this to be an appropriate, other than the fireside room, we want this facility to be, you know, a nice facility, not great, not horrible, but just kind of a nice facility. With special comments about the maintainability of the building. Make sure the restrooms are good because they get used a lot. Sound deadening technology, lighting is important. Take into consideration sustainability, solar panels were mentioned. Make sure we have the ability to do good virtual meetings. I forget who it was that brought up multiple wash stations both inside and outside the building, which the architect has reflected on the current drawings. And then I took a note today about, you know, a set of risers that could be used in the different multi-purpose rooms would be something to add. So I guess the question for the council is, are you comfortable with the Courtyard by Marriott approach, or do you want to go Ritz-Carlton or Motel 6?
This brought to mind, I don't know, and I hope the task force will consider the efficiency of the building long-term, to really, when we are taking off the roof, for example, means adding insulation, or if we do anything to the walls and we have to shore them up for new elements internally, that we add insulation at every, and that we double glaze, or whatever is the appropriate treatment nowadays for maximizing the energy efficiency of the structure when we are taking this, because this will be a very costly structure to maintain and operate going forward once it is in use. So I hope that is brought to the table. I don't know, because it's an old structure, if we can ever achieve real LEED, but to consider bringing those elements in with the help of Director Cervantes and the architect, so we have some of those energy savings, I think is really important if we're taking the opportunity to do this right. And I know many of you have experience with those things in other buildings and other work. So I would just ask along the same lines of bringing that in for consideration for us.
And the final note that was not presented to the task force, but I think we might want to assign to Director Throne is the questions you had about the placement of the restrooms, because you mentioned maybe have the entrance side by side or available from the lobby so it's easy for people to see. I've heard a couple questions about the size of the hallway and the location of the hallway, and what that might do for space in this room. And then I heard a couple of comments about just to have the conversation with the architect again about moving the kitchen or leaving the kitchens, the catering kitchen space where it is, and what that might do to office flow configuration.
Now, can I ask, we did skip over the outdoor space in front and the landscaping and outdoor. Are we going to speak to that now and give direction? I know task force had recommendations and you were part of that, you and Councilmember Tall. So do we want to, or
Yeah,
we want
it's
to?
a good point.
I'm not talking about style because
No,
we got
right. I glanced over because mentally I was kind of combining that with, but I think we should have the conversation about the amount of connection we might want with the library. And then there is an option on these quotes to have exterior courtyards or not. So we should probably have that discussion. And structurally, one of the reasons I passed over it is it might not be a decision that needs to be made today. We might want to see what the final numbers come in and how comfortable we are before we get too much into the exterior, because adding the courtyards is a couple $100,000. I mean, we may or may decide not to. So I kind of said I just quietly table that until we get to the next phase.
It did seem like part of the concept of creating a relationship between the two buildings would be at least that back patio being, don't have a judgment, and I'm not saying what the style is, but including that in a future draft, so that's something that we do take into consideration, because that one does seem to be paramount to having those, if it's going to work, having that included. So I'm focusing I'm maybe putting aside the front one, and maybe that is a landscape treatment, I'm not sure what, but I just think I would like to get some further work on how that works together, and that if we're going down that road, and that does require, quite a bit of thought on the task force and by the architect to make that, I'm going to say the south courtyard workable and what that would look like. And I would like to get that fleshed out, but maybe I'm the only person on city council. Council member, needs to start this off? Council member Wong?
No.
No? Okay. Councilmember Jacobowski?
I'd like to wait on the back patio since you have brought up the issue of the kitchen. If it were to move, that back would take on a different flow. So I think the exterior spaces, A, because of the additional cost, and B, the final uncertainty of the interior, I would prefer it to be sequential. So not at this point.
Okay. Councilmember Tall?
I agree with Councilmember Jacobowski.
Vice Mayor Gay?
Push it down the road for a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, we all were just discussing our notes. We missed if there was a vote on the FF&Es. Did you all agree to the Courtyard by Marriott? The FF&Es, the fixtures and so forth. I know we moved into the solar panel, but I don't think we got the official vote. It sounded like all of you were in agreement, but just to be sure.
You want to, what level of FF&Es do we want? Councilmember Jacobowski?
I guess we'll stick it to Marriott.
Councilmember Wong?
Yes, Marriott.
We prefer the Ritz-Carlton, but we'll stay at Marriott.
We prefer the Huntington.
Well, of our choices here.
Councilmember Tall?
I agree with the task force.
Councilmember Udi?
I agree.
I'm going to be the naysayer and think that we need to go, what was it? Motel 6? I think it needs to be function and easy maintenance.
All right, thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
Does staff need any other direction on this topic for this evening?
No, I just want to go through what I think we have and tell you what the next step is kind of going to look like at this point, although we'll need to flesh it out and discuss later amongst ourselves. It looks like, to me, what I have is that we are deferring a conversation on the exterior and the exterior landscape until we have an answer from hopefully ARG, a preliminary answer on whether this is in fact going to be considered historic. Fireside room, agreement with the task force recommendation to be one room and nicely done. Perhaps that room is Ritz-Carlton. That although it was a split vote, the decision was to use the folding partitions to create the 3 spaces. Unanimous consensus for the catering kitchen, although there's some discussion about the location we'd like to have the group have. Stage, agree with the task force recommendation to keep it as a platform, but also make it a multi-purpose room. Relocate the chamber was supported with the mayor's caveat. Technology, recommendation supported. We look at traffic and parking, and then the FF&Es, which was also a term that I had to learn, is to move forward like Courtyard by Marriott, and then maybe some additional conversation about restrooms, and then back to kitchen again. Director Cervantes has already reached out to ARG to see if they had made a preliminary determination on this building. Obviously, they're not checking their email at this hour, but we've already sent out the query, and we'll see if they have an answer for us, and hopefully we certainly will by our next meeting. We will go back to Rick Crane and get a proposal for a second set of design plans. Shouldn't call them design plans, concept designs. We will figure out when it will make sense to assemble the task force again to get all of your good thoughts. We want to give them something to work with. And then based on all of those things, we'll be able to figure out a timeline to come back in front of you. We were kind of thinking initially going into this meeting, if you did want to see a second set of design, we could probably come back on October 14th, but if the decision on the exterior isn't going to be made until the 25th, that may have to change a little bit, but we will have that information and push it out to you as soon as we have it. Is that a relatively accurate summation of where we are? Good, I see significant agreement on all of your faces, so I will take that as a yes.
Some of that at the end, I'm not sure about, but.
Did you want to direct a date to have this come back? I mean, I think we need to talk to the architect and we need to talk to the task force before we know when we can get back in front of you.
I think that's the only thing you can do.
Well, I think so too, but you never know. You are 5 brains and smart people.
I did have one other question that I think was brought up by the task force, and it has been brought up by the community members. And I don't know when is the appropriate time, but it would be an additional cost like having the independent cost estimate. And that is the parking and traffic study done on this. I think it would be appropriate to do at a later date when we do have something, the next iteration. But I don't want to not take the concerns that we've heard from community members as well as the task force, that would be useful because we have existing parking and traffic issues. And so I just don't want that to be not brought up at either the 25th or when this comes before us, before we make a final determination. And I don't know when the appropriate time would be.
We have had many technical challenges tonight, as you have seen, but we do have phones. And so Director Throne has already sent off a couple of emails to get an order of magnitude of what that kind of study would cost and figure out what that process would look like. So we expect to have a lot more information from you. We've been listening, the task force has been listening, and we'll bring you back something as soon as we can that is relevant for you and what you've asked for tonight.
Thank you. So that will be one of the elements. Yep. Thank you. And so.
We can thank the task force
for their stamina.
Yes, and their dedication and their ongoing work. As much as I hate to ask, I would appreciate it to further help us in this, all these details and make this as good as we can for the community. And I thank you all for your time and all the amount of effort that you put in and thought, because it was helpful. And thank you to our liaisons and facilitator, Vice Mayor Udi, to help the process as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Does that mean we're excused?
Pick up your paycheck at the back.
Make me with you.
You each will return again, won't you?
And just as a reminder, as we're moving on to the next item, the motion that you all adopted on July 31st was in fact to keep this group constituted through this entire process until we get to final plan. So there's no backseas, people, you're in, there's no getting out. So it's a good thing they all like each other.
And it's unlikely you'll have a meeting like this again.
Don't say that.
Don't say that.
Thank you very much for your help being here tonight, too. That was very informative.
All right, Mayor, if you want to move forward, item 16 has been pulled from the agenda. Item 17 you have already dealt with, which means that you would move to item 18.
Thank you very much.
At your pleasure.
So we need to open a public hearing, or actually this is regarding item 18, approval of ordinance number O-20-1367 regarding the regulation of appeals. And can we have a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Staff has drafted a code amendment that addresses the time frames for which the City Council may set a de novo hearing upon an appeal. The current code requires the council to set a de novo hearing within a 40-day period. The draft code amendment recommends extending that time frame from 40 days to 60 days. The extended time frame allows for more flexibility with performing our internal administrative duties such as notification procedures. So with that said, staff recommends the City Council waive full reading of the ordinance and introduce for first reading by title only ordinance number 20-1367.
Do we have any questions by council members? Council member Jakubowski?
I have one for our attorney.
Excuse me.
Is there a maximum number of days to set on calendar by law?
No, there's not, but it would have to be, I would say, within the realm of reasonableness. It would have to be a reasonable time period so that it's not extending out too long, but there's no finite deadline, no.
Okay, I'll have the next piece to this later, but as far as a question, that's my only question.
Councilmember Long?
No, no questions.
Councilmember Tall?
I have no questions.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Is that ordinance within 60 days or on 60 days?
Within 60 days.
Thank you.
I'm just reviewing the color copy, and I noticed that there was additional, beyond the days extending, some other language regarding resubmittals and appeal of commission decisions, and I assume that those were at the suggestion of Director Cervantes?
Actually, most of those were suggestions from me as far as making the various appeal provisions of the code consistent with each other, because some of the language was slightly different, so I was trying to square those up. Also, I wanted to add a provision whereby it clarified that a council member can request that an item be appealed, and that when that happens, then the appeal period is extended in order for the council to vote as a whole, whether you want to call an item up on appeal as opposed to having it be appealed by a member of the public. That there are provisions in the code that are rather oblique about that, and I wanted to make the process clear, and by having it done by the way I've drafted it, no one can infer bias on behalf of a council member who would like to have the whole council consider whether it wishes to appeal an item. So that was one of the changes that
I had questions about that, not understanding. So if I wanted to bring it before the council, then am I part of that decision-making body, or would it be the other four council members who would then determine whether to take the matter up?
No, you would be bringing the item to the council for determination by the entire council, including yourself. So you would be one of the...
So the five, including whoever is the member that would bring it to council to consider are all voting members in determining whether to grant it, or
Whether to appeal the
Appeal.
item. Yes, that's correct.
and then otherwise, there is costs involved or not? Do the other provisions apply if this is, so to speak, done by a council member?
There's no cost, no.
Thank you. All right, I need to open this up for public hearing at this time. Does anyone wish to speak on this matter? All right, so I do see that we have someone via Zoom who is sent in. I didn't see any emailed comments, but I don't know if you received those as well.
I do not have any emailed comments on this item, but Ms. Jagels, if you're ready, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Council. Oh, my dog is barking. She wants to be let out. So can I, so if I'm the only one though, let me just let the dog out here. Ginger, come here. Thank you. Sorry about that. I just want to say that, I just want to make a comment that I understand that, now that demolitions are heard at the Planning Commission and not through the Design Review Committee, there is less opportunity to appeal, and there's less, there'll be less number of commissioners to review what has gone before them. And so I just want to make sure that the community interests are protected with regard to the ability to appeal, because I think it's very important to be part of the public process and to make sure that we aren't changing anything radically with regard to the community members being able to make an appeal on behalf of the community. So those are my thoughts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jagels. Do we have any other public comments?
I do not see anyone else wishing to speak.
And any emails that have been sent on this subject? I don't know if they were part of our packet or anything that has come in during the meeting.
No, I did not receive anything in advance of the meeting or during the meeting.
Thank you. So I will close the public hearing portion at this time and then bring this back to council for discussion. Do I have any comments? I believe Councilmember Jacobowski, you had a comment that you wanted to make on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the way that this is worded in the report, the 40-day turnaround forced the council into setting a de novo hearing with an unrealistic time frame. I would just like to put this out there, and I'd also like to hear from Director Cervantes on it. Things operate on a different time frame now that we have some COVID issues, and as we saw tonight, when we have a really thick, full agenda with an appeal, things can just get sort of lost, and as we experienced, not the whole thing be presented. Would it be of any benefit to you, and first I'll ask Director Cervantes and then obviously the council, if we went even further on it but used it only in a sparing situation with, say, 75 days if we had to? We go through periods of time in our calendar year where we just get sort of loaded down. Would that serve any purpose only as an insurance policy?
Yeah, I would see it as well. As I mentioned, that that the benefit of the extension would offer up flexibility, because there's a lot of pieces that are required to have these items set for de novo. And I mentioned, of course, putting together the administrative record. There's obviously noticing for the public hearing item, and so providing more time certainly can help us with that aspect.
So in reference to the 75 versus the 60 as sort of an insurance if we need it? Or do you feel you don't need it?
I will go as far as saying that it provides us with some flexibility.
Okay, with the understanding that whenever possible, we would shoot for the 60, but in those situations where we would get backed up. I think what I'm saying is, this is absolutely nobody's fault, but we just don't want this kind of thing to happen just by being overbooked.
Are you interested in the city clerk kind of perspective on that as well?
Sure.
There are basically 2 times in the year where scheduling becomes challenging with a 40-day turnaround and could even be potentially challenging with a 60-day turnaround. It's essentially if you were to set something for a de novo hearing in July, it would probably be too quick notice to get it on your Friday, July meeting. You are dark in August. We could end up in a position where even 60 days really forces it onto one agenda. The other time that we potentially run into issues is at the end of the year. As you know, you have one meeting in November, one meeting in December, and December is often your reorg meeting. We usually try to keep that light. And so that's another time where it gets slightly crunched. In other months, it's not a big deal. In 60 days, I think would be great. But that extra 15 days, if Councilmember Jacobowski is endorsing that, would give you a little bit more flexibility for those 2 time periods where we do tend to get a little bit jammed.
Thank you. Councilmember Wong?
No comment?
Councilmember Tall?
I have no comment.
Vice Mayor Udi?
No comment.
So, do you want to make a motion with the change? Okay.
I would like to keep the motion as is, but only to take it to 75 days when necessary, and the rest of it should be the same. And it would be, as the city manager referenced for us, those types of situations where we just have fewer meetings.
City Attorney?
I just want to make sure I understand the motion. So it's easy enough certainly to make the change from 60 days to 75 days, which will provide you with flexibility. And then staff just will understand that that's the direction to try to keep it at 60 when possible. So I would just say 75 days in the ordinance. Make those 2 changes in the 2 places in the ordinance to 75 days. Is that what you're suggesting?
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear.
So could we officially capture your motion as the motion as stated here, amended by changing 60 days to 75 days?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do I have a second for that?
I'll second.
It's public hearing, so a roll call, please.
Sure. Councilmember Wong?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Tall?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Udi?
Yes.
Sorry, Mayor Shepherd-Rami?
Yes. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Jacobowski.
Thank you.
Next, we have approval of, we're on item 19. Approval of, I was like, wait.
Is it possible?
It's going to be? It's so close. Approval of ordinance number O-20-1368 regulating accessory dwelling units. Can we have a presentation from staff, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, this will be the 3rd time that the council has dealt with the ADU ordinances in response to the state legislation that was adopted last year. You basically adopted a moratorium ordinance in December, you extended it in January, and then to enable the city to enable staff to basically look at these issues more carefully and also present this item to the Planning Commission and then bring it back to council at duly noticed public hearings. So that's what we've done. Essentially, this ordinance is very similar to the prior versions that you have seen. We've made a few additional changes to it. We've changed the director's title from Planning and Building Director to Community Development Director. Very important. We've changed the time period to report a deed restriction against the property so that it occurs prior to final inspection and issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Director Cervantes made a suggested change, which I thought was very good, that the parking spaces for the ADUs or for any parking space on this property must be 10 feet wide in addition to being 20 feet long so that they are full-size parking spaces. The state law is not specifically clear that you can limit the number of bedrooms to 2 bedrooms, so we've taken that restriction out. However, because this ordinance contains the council's prior direction that the maximum size of an ADU shall be 1,000 square feet, frankly, that's not a very big ADU, and so there really, probably realistically, wouldn't be more than 2 bedrooms in any event. Staff has also added a clarification that interior sprinklers are only required for an ADU if they're required for the primary dwelling unit. That's a requirement of state law. And then we have added one additional change also, which is that if a property is designated as on either the national, state, or local historical resource list, then in that case, we have restricted that the no street-facing facade of the ADU shall be amended, of an ADU or the primary dwelling shall be amended, so that way we're preserving the street-facing facades of the historic structures. Likewise, any changes that are made have to match exactly the physical characteristics of the structure, meaning that the windows have to be the same, the roof pitch has to be the same, all of that would have to match. And then any property that's got a Mills Act contract would have to still comply with the provisions of that contract. So we have put that additional change into the ordinance to protect historic resources in the city. So with that, we recommend approval of the attached ordinance, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I sort of have shortened my report quite a bit because, again, you've seen this already a couple times.
Can I ask you a question just because I got lost in the discussion of the historical resources aspect? And I know we discussed this historic district concept on the side, and did you include that, or do you have further language?
I have further language. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. So basically, we would add, pursuant to the mayor's request, that the language would read, an ADU proposed on a property designated as a historical resource listed on the National Register, the California Register of Historic Places, or designated as a local landmark, and here's the new language, or located within an area of the city that has been designated as a historic district by the city council, shall be subject to the following standards. And then those are the 3 standards that I talked about, that basically you can't change street-facing facades, the exterior treatments and so forth have to match exactly, and that the Mills contract would have to be applied. So essentially, we're expanding this to add properties that are located within a district that's been designated as historic by the council.
Right. And that's not existed at that time. That would depend on when we have the survey returned to us and what that.
Yeah, and whatever actions you would take as a result of the survey, that's right. So it doesn't, there are no, as I understand it from Director Cervantes, there are no historic districts currently established in the city.
We have the one street though, Fleur is already, the block in the Mission District of Fleur does have registration, but I don't think that's a historic district. That's I don't know, is it state recognition? I look to Director Cervantes to remind me of what the status is of that one special.
There was Susan Boyle at the time had a campaign to make that street a historic district. The council did not make that motion, but then allowed her the ability of posting a sign at either end of the street, identifying the area as a sort of a special place or a significant street. That's what I remember at that time.
Okay, so we probably then just need to keep our eye on that in terms of when we do get to the discussion of the survey and resources that are suggested there in historic districts, so we make sure we do pay attention to Fleur and see if that comes up on that and how we want to treat that separate, or especially. But that would, if we call it a historic district,
If you called it, if you designated it specifically as a historic district, then
It falls
these
within that.
additional provisions will apply.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's the type of thing that I was looking for. Thank you. Do we have any other questions from Councilmember Jacobowski?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Since so much of ADU is ministerial, what would give the staff the decision to prevent a third bedroom? When you said 1,000 square feet, you know, it's going to be tight that way. Well, if somebody says, I want 3 bedrooms,
Yeah.
how do we?
If they can
prevent
fit
that?
it, you'd have to allow it.
So there's no minimum requirement. I mean, I'm getting uncomfortable here that we're turning these ADUs into something that you could theoretically put, 5, 6 people into with a very, very small amount of space attached or behind a home. We can't stipulate that it has to be larger square footage.
We have a minimum square footage that is the size of an efficiency unit, and I
The
believe.
junior ADUs, right?
And yes, that's right.
But what about this bedroom situation? We can't stipulate anything there?
There's a building code provision that sets forth how many square feet you have to have per person occupying. I thought it was 120 square feet, but I'm not positive about
Well,
that.
it mentions bedroom sizes as a minimum requirement. But certainly there could be some building code standards that dictate occupancy inside the space. That I don't have off the top of my head at the moment.
I would really like for us to clarify that,
I would really urge you not to put it in the ADU ordinance, though. In other words, we have to comply with the building code, but if you go further and put it in here as some sort of minimum requirement as opposed to requiring the building code requirements, that could be a problem.
I'm sorry, where could it go?
It would just be the building code requirement.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
It's already, because that's already in there. That's already going to be in your state building code requirements that you've adopted by
So it's
reference.
covered, we're covered through that.
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess to follow up on her, so why are we taking out, though, the ADUs are limited to a maximum of 2 bedrooms?
Because that's not specifically allowed by state law.
Okay, so that's something that's precluded from this year's legislation?
Yes.
But it's not. I looked at the state legislation and they make no comment about, and I'm sorry.
No, I was curious. I'm like,
They don't say in there that we can't limit it to 2 bedrooms. There's nothing in there that says it. If you could quote that to me, then I'm fine.
doesn't say that-
Because you just said earlier
It doesn't say-
that it's vague.
It's vague, and it doesn't say it directly, but it also doesn't allow it, so it gives us pause.
Well, and giving you pause is understandable. That's your job as a lawyer, to make sure that we pause on something we might do that is unlawful. However, on something like this, where things are constantly changing at whatever Scott Wiener wants, Scott Wiener gets up there when it comes to ADUs. And quite frankly, if he has not thought ahead to say that we can't limit the amount of bedrooms, then it's not in there.
And here's where I'd like to go with that too. If we take that up to 3 bedrooms and you happen to have, say, adults, and you've got additional vehicles, and we cannot, again, force anything with the vehicles. You've got the vehicles from the front house where you may have adults. I walk by a place in the morning that has 4 or 5 in the driveway every day. Now, if they add their legal ADU, and they've got 3 bedrooms in the back, everybody's got the legal right to park near their home, don't they?
And not to mention the effect that it's going to have on our infrastructure.
Right.
So before I can even vote on something like this, I need some further clarification as to whether we can limit it to 2 bedrooms.
At this point, there is no express prohibition on that
And whether-
limitation.
but have any courts interpreted the new law with respect to what the intent of the legislature was regarding, freely allowing it or allowing some sort of discretion on the part of the local city? I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm not aware of any court case that's dealt at all with the bedroom size issue. Certainly, the legislation itself says that the whole purpose of it is to bend over backwards and basically make sure that ADUs get permitted with as little local review and oversight as possible.
We're not denying that whatsoever.
I understand.
What we're doing is saying they can't.
You want to keep the existing language the same until they change it?
Yes.
That's fine.
Well, I think that probably the majority of council thinks we should keep the existing language on the bedrooms unless we're prohibited or by legislation. And until that time, and we'll have to strike it.
Okay, then we'll change that language back.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, okay. I think that's a unanimous to leave that language, to not take out that language.
All right, then I will change paragraph, sorry, I'm losing my voice. I will change paragraph G1 back to its prior language, that ADUs are limited to a maximum of 2 bedrooms.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns by council members? So I will open up the public hearing at this time. Do we have anybody online still with us?
We do, but I do not have anyone asking to speak right now.
They left it on. And they're sacked out on the couch.
I do not have any emails either.
Thank you very much for checking.
A loyal listener who's there every time from beginning to end.
And we don't have anybody here present, and you've checked, and no email comments have come in.
Correct, no emails.
All right, so then I will close the public hearing at this time and bring it back to council. I think we did have a discussion/question session. So we need to have a motion based upon both the change that you made regarding historic district and adding back in, if I'm correct, the original language in G regarding the maximum number of bedroom units.
Yes, that would be correct.
Is there any, did I miss something?
No, you did not miss anything. I should add 2 more points that I didn't state before. One is, I think I mentioned that the fire sprinklers can only be required if they're required in the primary dwelling. I think I did mention that one actually. And there was, the Planning Commission had recommended a different height measurement, but Director Cervantes recommends instead that we just keep the datum point measurement that's already defined in the code, so that way the height of an ADU is measured the same way as the height of the other part of the structure is measured.
And it's, my understanding is it's limited, it can't be taller.
Right.
That's doing it that way, is that right, Director? Or can you, confirm what that means?
The data point is how we take measurements of the height of any building, and it's based off the average of the highest and lowest elevation points off the face of the building nearest the street. So for the house, for example, because it's the building nearest the street, we take the elevation points, the surface elevation points of the face of the building on the ground, and look for the highest and lowest and take the average of that. And based off that average elevation point, that's what we take, that's the baseline for determining the height of a building. And so that also applies to accessory structures like a garage and other types of buildings.
So that's the limitation, meaning for all those accessory not going up any more than the original.
That's right. They have to be measured the same way.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Or can what I say?
You want to try,
No.
Councilmember Jacobowski?
No,
I move to waive full reading and introduce the first reading by title only ordinance number O-20-1368, an ordinance of the City of San Bernardino amending the regulations for accessory dwelling units as amended under subparagraph G1, where the language shall be kept, ADUs are limited to a maximum of 2 bedrooms.
And also the additional change that the mayor requested regarding historic districts.
Yes.
Do I have a second? A roll call, please, I believe.
Delighted. Councilmember Wong.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobowski.
Yes.
Councilmember Tall.
Tall, yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Udi. Mayor Shepherd Romney.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we are so
Thank you.
close.
And do we have any written communications or public writings to be distributed?
You need to officially continue item 20.
I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Right.
I move to continue item number 20
To September 25th.
to September 25th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now, do we have any public written communications or public writings that need to be distributed?
We do not.
Seeing none, do we have any council reports?
I've got about 20 minutes. Does it-
Let her go.
I have a really, really quick one. I attended the first COG Water Committee meeting. The work being done by council members across the COG scope, Director Throne is nodding. They have the depth of knowledge of some incredible scientists. They can talk about the measurement of the runoff in our water, which is a big issue. And I've just become interested because we spend so much money on watershed, water-related drainage, sewer issues every year, that we've got some heavy expenses coming down the pipe with different studies ahead of us. So it was illuminating, but I ducked out after an hour and a half and they were still going. The joy of Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? And again, there's nobody here wishing to speak, so the last public comment opportunity for the last person who's with us.
I do not see anyone requesting to speak.
Would Shirley's dog like to speak soon?
She was going to. Okay, so I will adjourn this meeting of City Council to Friday, September 25th at 8:30 a.m. at the San Marino Center. Thank you so much.